Hey, everybody. How y'all doing today? On this most lovely of Wednesdays. Good to see you, Ivy Blade. Seablade TV. Yabby boy. Seablade, thank you so much for the very generous Tier 2 sub and those 23 months of support. Just one more to those 2 full years in your stack of waffles. How's it going, Epona? Refined Bean. Hey Schmorf. Camel Crushed. FBI's Most Unwanted. Southern Touch. How's it going, Chicken Man Phil? Dice Sphere, hello. Time-appropriate greetings, J. Mitch. Let's go and Jake the Doge. Rob Wookie. 6'4 Ninja, heya. Bada pon. Perfect timing for the end of the workday. Well, there you go. Heya Delit. Zizzy! If you were to come in here and tell us make-up stories, would that be a work of fiction? How's it going, Ishimaru KG? Heya. And everybody else, so glad to have you here for the start of stream. It's an exciting day. Happy to be playing some more ladder action here. We got up to Ascension 3. On our ladder with the Slaver's Collar starts. Two similar boss relics. The Velvet Choker and the Slaver's Collar, kind of easy to mix up. We've done the Choker before. That ladder didn't actually get that far. And a defect ended up dead to the heart on one of the runs. But these runs have bonus energy during boss and elite combats, making for some easy-peasy elite hunting. But giving us more trouble in the regular rank and file combats. And we'll have to see as the Ascension grows. I think particularly Ascension 17 and up, we're going to have some real challenges. Rainco, thank you so much for the 4 months. On your way to half year. There's so many syllables. Yeah, Zizzy's name is just outright fun to say, too, which I think really helps quite a bit. How's it going, Real Scuba Steve? Our defect had, oh yeah, we did double Streamline with All for One. That was kind of fun with this defect run. And we got a Prismatic Shard on the Silent to start. This was an excellent run. We did damage almost entirely with Caltrops, 3 copies. Taking down the heart with almost no damage taken. Good run. 3 really fun ones so far. Later on in today's broadcast, we're going to be checking out some Legends of Runeterra for a short sponsored segment, just 1 or 2 hours of gameplay. Checking out the single-player labs in that game, which is kind of fundamentally fairly similar to Slay the Spire. You've got combats that you play out in turn-based fashion with cards. After you win the combats, you add new cards to the deck. And, there's different bosses to fight and such. It's, I'm kind of curious to see how it compares. Wouldn't call it a proper roguelike, but it's got aspects that are similar to roguelites. In the single-player version. At its core, Legends of Runeterra is a collectible card game with a competitive focus. You know, the kind of game with ranked ladder play, similar to stuff like Magic the Gathering Online and whatnot. but they've added a single-player kind of component to the game that I'm really curious to explore. So the core combat in Runeterra Bionull is you and your opponent are both playing creatures onto a board, and then those creatures are trying to do damage to an enemy nexus. Essentially, the player's health. And so it's a game of summoning progressively larger creatures, as well as using spells to buff, debuff, or eliminate creatures on the board position to allow you to hit your opponent for big damage and win. Yeah, I think at its core, Shremuta, very similar to Hearthstone's. It might even be a direct answer to the single-player mode that Hearthstone implemented. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I think the combats in the single player mode are randomized somewhat and are proper like mini games versus an AI opponent. You're not put into pre-scripted or static conditions that are necessarily solvable. And how well you do will determine, it will depend partially on what kind of random bonuses you got. Just as I took a quick look at it before booting up Spire today, and like when you start an expedition or whatever they're called, when you start a lab, you get to pick essentially a starting relic. Heal at the start of fights, or your champ has a bonus, or this other thing. So it seems like there's some cool little decision makings and some randomness to it. Hey, RevDog Disco. Glad you made it out for a stream from the YouTube. Always happy to see folks finding their way here from there. You're just in time for the start of our first ladder run today. I'm going to be diving into Ironclad on Ascension 4 here as part of our Ladder Streak Challenge, where the goal is to go from Ascension 1 all the way up to Ascension 20, beating the heart every single game along the way. And as an added modifier, we'll call it, we're starting each and every one of our runs with the same boss relic, which we're getting from our Filter the Spire mod, in this case the Slaver's Collar, giving us 1 additional energy during boss and elite combats. But meaning that we lose out on that pretty valuable starting relic, the Burning Blood on Ironclad. No 6 hit points per combat for us. We'll instead have to, I think, be a little deliberate with our hit point conservation. Especially as we get into the higher ascensions. Watcher is in this ladder scenario. We just played a Watcher Ascension 3 run that started with Slaver's Collar, and she'll be in every ladder moving forward. It's only that one class exclusive relic ladder that she had to sit out, but she will be in every single ladder moving forward forever, basically. So as ever, we're looking for a path through the act that both gets us relatively strong and sets us up well, and lets us survive. I'm eyeing 3 elite lines here. I think with the Slaver's Collar, they won't cost us too many hit points, especially if we can get a few card rewards along the way to prepare. I've increasingly found myself comfortable with 4 or 5 combats in a row at the start of Act 1 to just kind of build up the deck nice and quickly. If you want it to be a little bit more conservative, or if I guess I got 3 card rewards here and I don't feel good about going for an elite, we can go this way and get an upgrade before trying to fight an elite, or even again opt out second time. But ideally I'd like to pick off 3 elites here, including our Burning Elite in Act 1. It's a pretty easy Act 1 Burning Elite. They're after the chest, after a fire. We should be nice and strong for them, and that'll free up our pathing in future acts. Surviving is a bonus, not a necessity. That's certainly one way to look at it. method. Yeah, that's definitely one way to look at it. Okay, yeah, there's also a 3 elite path to the left here, with a forced shop. These feels like an okay route, potentially. I wouldn't be upset if I were to take this one, but I don't think it's our best line. We could maybe, like, go this way if we feel weak against the Burning Elite somehow, but I doubt it. Let's start out with 3 combats and see where the deck ends up. Ooh, that's a good, that is a great question, Fluctuation EM, about the beginner's guide. I have not looked at in a long time, but does indeed include advice to avoid early hard pull combats in Act 1. Something that I felt was true for a really long time. 12 plus 9 is 21! Whatever, we draw 3 strikes, that does 13, so we can just strike and defend twice here. Stinky cultist. Okay, only 1 damage there, not too bad. We are fighting Slime Boss, which gives additional incentive for an AoE, and I think a Cleave is a very, very fine first pick on Ironclad. It's relatively efficient damage. 8 damage for 1 energy is pretty good, and since it hits all enemies, it becomes extremely valuable in many Act 1 and 2 combats. Rather Watcher on A20 or Silent? Well, based on my own A20 experience from the last... since 2.2, I win more often with Silent than I do with Watcher, so I guess I'll take an A20 Silent, please. Silent has been my best character, although only slightly, since the 2.2 patch released. Which is cool for a character that used to be one of the worst, if not the worst. I'm thrilled to see her win rate doing so well these days. Let's take a Cleave. Dropkick as a first card is an interesting one, not often a line that I find myself taking. It can go in fun directions. Really does require an upgrade on the bash if you're going to do that, I think. I like a Dropkick if you like first pick a Uppercut or a Thunderclap as well. Those could be quite good. I wonder if it was ever correct to bash there on turn 1 and take 5 more damage. I highly doubt it. It was correct, because it would prevent 6 damage on this turn. Only a 1 hit point difference, but noted. It was in fact correct to bash on turn 1 there. So cool that even thousands of hours into experience with this game, there's still little minor optimizations that you can make in your opening combats. Take a little bit more time. Oh man, an excuse to take... I was going to say Rampage. Actually, an excuse to take Clash is pretty cool, too. Clash is a card that is pretty awful once you start getting past Ascension 10. This card can only be played if every card in your hand is an attack. So you can't play it at the same time as status cards, you can't play it at the same time as Ascender's Bane. But on low Ascension, oh boy is it strong. This Rampage could be good as well. I'm gonna grab the Clash, though. 0 cost, deal 14 damage, and with a relatively easy condition to meet. For example. Actually gonna go for the green slime first here. Raunch. Six. So I can bash and cleave to kill. I should have gone for the little guy. So take 6 by killing the big one, or... yeah, take 6 by killing the big one. Another fight I think I could have squeezed a few more hit points out of with a bit more optimization. I'm sorry, is that an offering on floor 3? Alternately, a second Clash would be pretty hype as well here. Genuinely. Weird thing about Offering does not pair very well with Clash either, kind of forcing me to play it, but Offering is incredibly good card draw and incredibly good energy generation. I also don't have any sustain for this Offering. I'm going to take the second Clash over an Offering. What a strange decision. But I like it. This is gonna clobber some elites, that's for sure. It's definitely gonna clobber Slime Boss, too. And I think we're in excellent shape for 3 elites now. But I now take a third Clash? I would consider it. At the very minimum. Let's see. 6, 6. I kill one of them, take 4? Four is pretty good for this fight. Get a potion, and really like Shockwave for weak and Vuln. Shrug wouldn't be bad either as a block card here. Don't think we want a Sword Boomerang at the moment. Shockwave's not too bad with a Clash, thanks to our 4 energy during the harder fights. Let's take it. And do I want another combat? Yes, one more combat. More chance for potions, please. Shockwave over the cleave there. Take a couple more. But then we get a kill! Look at that! The double clashing. Scoring a dex pod and the third Clash. I'm doing it. It's here! Triple Clash deck! Let's go. Surely this will never go wrong. Ever. Smiley face. Nothing bad can ever happen to me. I actually cannot play this one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Easily kill one here, though. And next turn. So I think we're taking 10 and then we're leaving this fight. Yeah. We actually don't even ever shuffle with the dazed, because the fight is just over. Okay. I'm gonna stop here, but this is... this is perfect. Everything I've ever wanted. Let's take Liquid Memories over Dex Potion? Question mark? This is gonna work all the way up until it doesn't, and it's gonna be glorious. Alright, let's get the Shock... Actually, let's get the Cleave upgraded for 3 more damage to everybody. These Clashes are pretty good upgrades, too. They're +4 each? Yeah, +4. Get some vulnerable down. Before we wake up this egg boy. Oh, interesting. I think I'm gonna Distilled Chaos that, actually. Haha! Get destroyed. Molten Egg! Any future copies of Clash will be upgraded. I don't think we want a Wild Strike. That seems like it would really mess with the Clashes. So let's not take that. No, thank you. It does do more damage than Clash, though. That is a good point. Nope. Ooh, upgrade 2 random copies of Clash? Sure. What? Neither? I guess I don't need to upgrade Shockwave anymore. Ridiculous. Fine, I guess I'll just upgrade one myself. Gremlin Knob, huh? Really bad news for you, sir. I draw my defense on turn 1, which means I can play Clash. Easily. Ha 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 ha! Perfect draw pile. It's so beautiful. I think that's a guaranteed kill no matter what, so I'll play a defend here. Yes. Yes. They said the perfect hand doesn't exist. Here it is. Maybe some max HP and, ooh, Uppercut Plus, which is an attack. Another source of weak and vuln. Would definitely let me avoid upgrading the Shockwave. Or a Brutality for more card draw. Interesting. Second Wind could be kind of cool, too, to pair with Clashes. Problem is, a lot of the time we'll draw the second Wind with 4 Clashes, and then the second Wind doesn't do anything, and I still have to play it. Tough choices here. Is drawing more cards actually helpful? Question mark. Is the resounding answer there. I do like this uppercut. Take the uppercut. An easy choice. With the free upgrade on it. It's a little bit redundant status-wise, but that's okay. Here I can go Shockwave, defend, Clash! Rid of Slime Boy. Functioning. Elixir's great too, that'll make it easier to play our Clashes. I think it's also important that we have a few damage cards that aren't Clash, just in case the bad draw happens. How do I feel about a Twin Strike? Mediocre. We'll be offered a lot of upgraded attacks. We can, I think, be a bit more optimal with them. I'd like Pommel Strike. I like Pommel Strike quite a bit. You guys are rude, and you have exactly 1 hit point too many. Could be a good use of our elixir here. Letting me go uppercut, defend, clash, clash. Could also be a reasonably good speed potion. I'd rather use the speed potion. It's my least valuable potion here. The elixir is going to be quite useful at some point in the future. Let's do it this way. Thief first. Can't let him get away with my money. Oh yeah. And we get our pushing back. There's the Pommel Strike. Could betray the Clash Hitting, could enable the Clash Hitting, and I can play Clash before Pommel Strike, which is the cool thing, since it's an attack. Take one. Second upgraded Cleave also a little tempting. Already got one. I want this card draw. This deck really wants a Rage now. Yeah, definitely wants a Rage. And maybe a Defend removal or two. I think removing Defense is better than removing Strikes. Let's take an event. Although, it is honestly fine to continue taking card rewards with this Molten Egg. Let's take an event here. Hey, Golden Idol, nice. Do I want to lose 6 max HP, or do I think I can get away with losing... I think I can take the 21 damage, and I think we can just beat Slime Boss with these potions pretty easily. And then we essentially get a completely free Golden Idol. So we're going to upgrade, go into Slime Boss with 24 health, and upgrade, you heard me, a second Clash. Even more damage. Not too worried about the slimes, we can play them with energy, and we have plenty of energy on this fight thanks to Slaver Scholar. So you split at 70, right? Wow. Pretty okay turn 1. Pretty okay turn 1. 21 split. We could use a potion and instantly kill the slime boss here. I don't think we need to. Yeah, this just splits them both, right? Easy. I get the gold medal completely for free. Sweet. Second chance at brutality here. I am liking it a little bit more now. Especially with us about to potentially get another relic here. Do not want demon form because it's very expensive and prevents us from playing Clash while in hand. Double tap could be okay here. Got a lot of attacks. We're going to add a lot of upgraded attacks. Double tap's pretty fine. Yeah, upgraded double tap is definitely gonna slap, isn't it? Duplicating our next 2 attacks. Sounds like an awful lot of damage output. Let's go double tap. I don't often get to take double tap. Oh, I knew it! We were meant to take the, we're meant to take that brutality. I could feel it. There was something about it calling to me. Whenever you lose HP, draw 1 card, says Runic Cube. There's also Ectoplasm, preventing us from gaining future gold. Or the Snecko Eye, giving us 2 additional cards, but starting each combat confused. We have enough money that the Ectoplasm is reasonable. I don't think I want Snecko Eye. It's going to randomize the cost of our clashes, and fill our hands with additional cards. I have to play the defense before I can even try to play the clashes. That's really going to mess with me. I almost just want to take Runic Cube here. It's the only one without a downside. I'm okay going 4th on 3 energy right now. I'd like to keep money. I'd like to keep money for removals in particular. More draw will make it harder to play the clashes if we have a certain density of non-attack cards in the deck. I'm going to look to reduce that and ideally also increase our energy generation so that it becomes not an issue and it just lets us play more clashes is the hope. We'll start by getting a defend removed at the shop. We'll see from there. Might even go to 2 stores for 2 removals. We're going to hold on to this elixir for a long time. Cube will in particular help us a lot against hearts. This could even be an elixir that we take all the way to the heart. It's an interesting idea. I would love to take events right now because we are all about bites. Great question, Weikong. How do you solve the heart fight with a Clash-based deck? Well, Runic Cube plus Elixir would be one way to do that. drawing us one card every time we play a card, thanks to Beat of Death, and letting us exhaust any and all status or unplayable skills in hand. There's one potential answer, and, you know, we've got many, many floors left in the run to continue to look for answers as well. Decent turn 1, by the way. Not quite the turn 1 KO there. Had we taken the Ectoplasm, that would have been a kill. But I think we're fine either way. Wait. 6. 5. Ooh, Warcry is fun with, and, like, secret eggs, by the way. Got a randomly upgraded Combust and a randomly upgraded Warcry. Combust is some AoE damage. It does 1 damage to us at the end of each turn, which unfortunately works badly with the Runic Cube, drawing us a card immediately before we would discard it. Whirlwind for some AoE could be helpful. Really good with double tap in particular, although I'd like it more if we had more energy. The Warcry makes it easier to set up clashes. We can put an unplayable skill on top of the deck, or even a clash on top of the deck. This Warcry is quite useful. Pick it up for the hand manipulation power it offers us. And I'm definitely gonna... wait. Would not want the Necronomicers. At all. Right? Because that would ruin me. A curse you can't even exhaust, so it would permanently shut down Clash. We cannot take Necronomicon, but the Enchiridion and Nilri's Codex are both fine. And it's only 16 hit points to get the book on this Ascension level. Plenty of fires to sack, I wouldn't mind resting, and it would be even in a card reward. Let's trade the health away. I suspect we're gonna be fine even giving it up. If we get the Necronomicon offered to us, we'll skip it. If we get either of the other two, we'll take them. It is Necro, alright. Well, this could have been a very different run with Necronomicon. Lots of upgraded 2-cost attacks to double. Very, very powerful relic. But this will absolutely, positively ruin the clashes, so we can't take it. Upon finishing the tome, you decide not to take it with you. With proof left behind, will you retain your memories? Transform 2. Jax is kind of cute with a Runic Cube, giving us strength and drawing us a card. For 0 cost. Transforming 2 defends is pretty tempting, and if we get a really bad roll, we can remove one of them. Or we can get strength on turn 1. You kind of dig the Jax. Strength scaling, too. And it's a good upgrade. Yeah, I'm going to take the Jax here. Lose 3 health, gain 2 strength. For those drugs, we will absolutely take a membership card, giving us a 50% discount on all products, increasing our financial power, and I think that means we want a Hand of Greed too, right? Giving us the opportunity now to gain money from combats, as well as the opportunity to remove a defend here. Good. Good. Yeah, Jax is going to help us against Automaton at the end, I'm sure. Automaton. Tomatoton. Yeah, Hand of Greed Plus, with the free upgrade on it especially, is so nice. Shame we didn't take that Necronomicon, though, right? Ink Bottle seems like it would be an ultimate traitor, surely. There's no way we want this, right? This is just gonna absolutely ruin me at some point. There's no other thing it could possibly do. But we definitely want to remove a stinky block card. And add a Hand of Greed plus. I said I was planning on maybe going to another shop? Maybe. I'd rather go this way. Yeah. Want an enlightenment? No. Boomerang? Eh. Take a regen potion, but I think we're fine. We are fine. The rest of this cash. What Clash and Nightmare? How's it going, Echo Storm? Clash Nightmare, huh? It's certainly something. I'll give you that. See, I could maybe kill one of them with, like, Liquid Memories on Uppercut. This is just fine, though. Behold the power. So 21 plus 37 is 58. Okay. We just killed them both here, right? Ka-ching! Thanks for the money. He. Number 5. Let's go. And let's get our double tap upgraded. They say 5 is the perfect number. Brilliant. Look at that damage output. We did like 60 on turn 1. Now I just win. Alright, 9 plus 9 plus 37 times 2. We definitely get here with a potion. Hold on. 7 times 2 plus 18. 92, yes, we even get there without a potion. Double tap, double strike, double Hand of Greed. Easy. Singing Bowl. We can now skip cards that aren't Clash in order to gain more health. Although a second Warcry plus is also pretty decent here. Yeah, actually I'm going to take that. Not a bad Iron Wave either, for the record. Definitely wanting a Rage now. Let's see if we can find one. Don't think we're necessarily all that likely to find one. And I think I'd rather go for an extra relic over 2 upgrades here. I also want to get money from Hand of Greed. Lots of money from Hand of Greed. Oh boy. Haha! Yes. Hand of Greed will do 37. It's a good opportunity for Liquid Memories, probably. Make some money off of it. Do I sell this Liquid Memories for 25 double gold? I don't think so. The chance at Iron Wave. We want block? I don't know if we want block. Be nice to have, I suppose, wouldn't it? Even just a little bit. Alright, I'll take it. How scared am I of the future of this run? Not that scared, truthfully. I think we're going to be able to piece together a survivability engine of some kind as we go forward, and our damage is going to carry us for a long time. I think let's just take the HP. that's essentially... Like, that's one of the ways we can scale up, right? We're gonna have 100 health going into the heart, ultimately. I'll take a Gremlin Horn, hell yeah. It's certainly gonna mess up Clash at some point, but... It's a good relic. Ah, these nerds. Yes. Good. Yes, good. That was Liquid Memories on Uppercut. Plus 12 plus lots. I mean, it still could be, right? Yeah. Comfortable. Sweet. Letter Opener might actually do something, because we do have skills. They're just 0 costs. Jax, Warcry, Warcry. So that'll do AoE damage in the event that we play 3 of them. And I think I'm going to keep taking max HP here. Oh, yes! The whack! We were knocked unconscious, groggy and with a throbbing head. We awakened to find ourselves thrown into the center of a massive stadium. Yeah, I'm not worried about the long term of this run at all, because it just got real good. Although this fight will be a challenge, actually. Yeah, ow, actually. But we'll get 2 relics and 125 gold from this fight, from this event. And I can rest here. It's gonna be good stuff. Alright, what do I wanna do? Double tapping bash? How much is double tap bash strike? That'd be 10 plus 15 plus 9 plus 9, which is 25 plus 18, which is not 49. Close, though. This is a reasonably good upgrade potion. Go defend, defend, double tap for the letter opener. How this run gets so many clashes? I mean, they were offered to me and I decided to take them. May not have been the wisest choice. But it is what I did. I'm also using my energy potion here. 15 plus 27. I don't have a kill if I don't. Or not a kill with Hand of Greed, rather. This way. Pretty... Yeah, we'll kill without. Don't make me vulnerable? Question mark? Or please don't make me weak, actually. Yeah, please don't make me weak. Killing next turn regardless. We also have, Gremlin Horn going off here, right? Oh, we get them both. Keep the potion there. Well done, weakling! The giant mock claps while he riles up the crowd with exaggerated gestures. Time for the real challenge. We do get our Slaver's Collar energy during this fight against the Taskmaster plus Gremlin Knob. Will tap Clash exactly kills you? Well, I'm gonna have to do that then. We can get the Hand of Greed. No dice. I'll lose the money, that's fine. Get an easy peasy kill. Scoring ourselves Peace Pipe, letting us remove cards from the deck at rest sites, which I love. And Pantograph healing us 25 at the start of boss combats, $125 reduce, and probably 2 more max health. Although dual wield could have been okay too. Not a seeded run, Zanola, no, this is just a regular ladder streak challenge run. Yeah, now we can toke every defend card. Hell, we can start toking the strikes too, which I'd really love to do. Just remove all of the starters aggressively with Peace Pipe. Sounds very good to me. And the Pantograph means we can essentially squeeze in an extra removal with the Peace Pipe. Normally I was going to rest before this elite, but now I think I'm just going to try to toke twice. Ooh, yikes. Lad became confused. Fortunately, it was an easy fight. We are struggling to land the, don't take this card. We are struggling to land the Hand of Greed, but that's okay. Dark Embrace doesn't seem that useful. Kind of makes the Work Rise awkward, actually. Taking more max health. Let's toke. Alright, Gremlin Leader's back. We've got Gremlin Horn for the easy peasy times. Got double tap cleave for like massive destruction as well. Double tap. Actually, no, let's go bash, then double tap cleave. Aha! Turn 1 kill the Gremlin Leader? Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. We get an Art of War, which will probably never do anything. Bloodletting is energy and a card draw. Kind of have to play it when we draw it, but this is pretty good. Yeah. Hopefully this doesn't get out of control. Yeah, not sure if needed, and it will cost us health every time we draw it. Pretty much. A skip. Okay, this should be enough health to survive. I don't imagine Hyper Beam actually gets to occur here. Can't imagine. I'd really like to double tap Uppercut. Only 1 card in the draw pile though. Okay, 100 damage on turn 1, not bad, not bad. I can't play Shockwave, Cleave, and Hand of Greed. Unless I kill one of them. I am gonna do. I think. I'd also just put all the damage into the Bronze Tomato here. It's 21. Just get rid of all the minions. Okay, we could win the fight right now. We are healing to full since it's Ascension 4. I want this Hand-to-Greed kill. Burp. Delicious. Reaper Plus. Reaper Plus is pretty spicy here, doing damage to all enemies and healing us for the unblocked damage dealt. It's a nice way to get some health back. Definitely don't want a Juggernaut. Impervious is an acceptable skill. That'd be a nice little boost of block. But I think the Reaper serves the same purpose and does it a little bit better. I'll take it. Pandora's would let us transform all of our strikes and our one defend here. I don't think we want the Calling Bell. This adds an unremovable curse. We can't deal with that. I don't have Blue Candle. If I had Blue Candle, I would take it, though. Choker limits us to 6 cards per turn. That works against the Jacks and the Warcries and the Double Tap. I don't think we want to take this either, so this is a Pandora's box for sure. And we can fix any cards we don't want with the Peace Pipe. Okay, that's a few of these cards. The Body Slam's kind of fine. In that it's a zero-cost attack. Heavy Blade's decent. Corruption is funny. They're actually kind of all bad, but that's okay. There's a few acceptable things here. And we're going to get some hella removals, too. Shame I can't visit 2 shops. It's okay. Let's go to a lot of shops and fires. If possible, I like this 3-fire route for triple removal. And that also hits quite a few elites. 3, to be precise. There is a 4 elite route, but it skips... Well, I guess we could go to this shop, then. And hit 4 elites. Or go to this shop and hit an extra fire. But I definitely should go to this shop, because then I get one of these 2 things. Oh, I get less events. How do I feel about events right now? Events are pretty good. Yeah, events are pretty okay right now. Would I have skipped Pandora's box knowing what it gave me? Nah. Nah, a lot of these are of similar caliber to the strikes and defends that we had. That corruption might actually have to be the first thing that goes. And that it's 3 cost. Anyway, let's go combats. I mean, more max HP from each fight is going to be good. For sure here. Correct order here. We'll tap Clash U, draw the Corruption. Oh no, I have to play the armaments first. Right. So this will draw Corruption, preventing me from playing Corruption. Double tap it here. What, 3 hits to kill you? Oh no, I can't play it though. No, I made a mistake! It's fine, I think. Question mark. You know what? Maybe it's not fine. Maybe I've made a terrible mistake. Do you have Handed Greed? I can get a lot of health back? Okay. Stop attacking me, you fools! Fools. Attack pot over energy pot. Feels a little bit weird. This is a decent fight to get some health back in. Partner. Now, what are you? Stop there and try to use the Gremlin Horn next turn. Of course, now I draw Reaper. And they all have block. Of course. Luminescent, thank you so much for the 19 months and that tier 1 sub. Bangarang. You too. And I gotta kill this turn. I think so if I attack potion maybe. Depends on what's on top of the deck here. Sweet. Actually just get the Handed Greed kill without any fuss. Good. There's our Rage. Whenever you play an attack this turn, gain 3 block. That is something we've been looking for, something we've been waiting for, something we're gonna definitely take, and maybe even upgrade. Dang it, Corruption. Some more cards here. Double Clash, if I play the Corruption, means I get to Infernal Blade 2, but I don't get to Uppercut. Look at these clashes. Good. This one on top. Okay, we'll try to draw the Handed Greed here. I want more money. Easy. Keep just taking more health. It's one of our ways that we can sustain ourselves. Hoo-hoo-hoo, and we can go back up to full here with the Lee's Waffle. Brilliant. We will, of course, remove a card. That is going to be Corruption. Unfortunately for Corruption, it's just been in the way and really doesn't make anything cheaper. We're going to get rid of that. Feels weird to say. Instead of buying a Dark Embrace to go with. How strange, right? Lee's Waffle heals us to full HP. And plus 7 max HP, so we're at 108 out of 108. That's good stuff. Bandage Up as a block card? I kind of like that. That's cute. Dexterity does not affect Rage. No, Dex will only affect our armaments. So this Kunai, even though we can get a lot of Dex off of it, is not very good here. Could take Juzu Bracelet to guarantee events in question mark rooms. Not sure that I want to do that, though. How many times have I removed corruption with 5 clashes in the deck? I don't think I have ever done that. To be honest. Our energy potion back could be good. For the, yeah, for this fight. Only 26 gold. We're gonna have more gold than we can meaningfully use here. Do I want bandage up? I would take an upgraded bandage up. This unupgraded one is kind of sad. For 1 card draw. Card draws are pretty valuable. Actually, maybe it was Flex Pot or Energy Pot to go with our Reaper. Not really anything else here that I want. Gonna leave there, actually. Am I sure I don't want Dark Embrace? Like, kind of sure that I don't want Dark Embrace. Only kind of sure. Yeah, there's no way we're gonna be able to spend this much money without a surprise shop, exactly. Just gotta be. Here's Reaper. Good Reaper. Kill you. Oh, I'm gonna draw the Arma. Not what to do. That's pretty good for dealing with a spiker there. Ooh, burning. Wait, clash number 6? Or a Burning Pact to exhaust a card and draw 3. A Burning Pact is pretty reasonable. But what if we need more copies of Clash? Correct, boss. Time Eater? That shouldn't be too much of a problem on Ascension 4. I like both of these a lot. I think I'm going to take this this Burning Pact. I think a little bit of Exhaust is probably a good idea. And I'm going to take more Relics. Because I think if there's anything that can really win this run for us, it's more Relics. Not going to play that Reckless Charge. That's on the list of removals in the near future. Beautiful. The Clashing. This is a good energy potion turn, actually. Bonk. Bag of Preparation is 2 more cards on turn 1. Second Burning Pact, I think, is overkill. Emo could be fun, because it draws a card when you play it. You want either of it, though. Would I Dolly's a Rage? I would Dolly's a Rage Plus at this point, I think. Not an unupgraded one, though. Oh, this fight's gonna be a nightmare. Please don't curse me. Crazy writhing mass man thing. Keep rolling the dice. 24 plus 36. Not enough to kill. I could use Liquid Memories and the Energy Potion to kill right away. I think I want to do that. There's 4 different intents the Writhing Mass can do. 2 of them are worse than this one, 2 of them are better than this one. I think I'm okay just taking 27 damage. Genuinely. Also 3 card draws, which means we have a really good turn here. Relatively, anyway. Armaments the Infernal Blade here. Take 5 to get Hand Agreed. Again, saying that the money is probably not actually useful to us. No. Go for the kill. Blood Pot's great, that's some nice healing. Shrug plus for block? Never. Up to 18 max HP off this? That's good. Who needs it? Who needs it? Ah! Hey! Hey! I want my health from that second Reaper. Game. You can't do that. That's illegal. That's illegal. Ooh, Rupture? Whenever we lose health from a card, gain strength. That actually only applies to Jax at the moment. So there's something to do with the, I think the Gremlin Horn or the daggers that causes that little interaction we saw. I mean, I just get it with the blood potion anyway, but still. Rupture does not trigger on Beat of Death, that's correct. We just upgrade the 1 Jax that we have. And make this win by virtue of small deck. All Bank would not have been useful anyway, so I'm happy to skip that one. Ooh. So close to a kill. Better cycle around with double tap pummel strike here. No dice. Preserved Insect will make future elites nice and easy. I don't think we need any of this, so the Sever Soul could be cute. We're just getting rid of stuff. Actually, yeah, let's take a Sever Soul. Could let me delete a few things. In key fights. And I actually want to upgrade this Rage more than anything, I think. More money, please! Thanks, Golden Idol. We're at $1,300 bucks, which is way more than we could possibly use. But it's what we have regardless. $1 doodlies. Doodly dollars. This being intangible every other turn is going to be a bit of a spicy outcome here. Let's go ahead and color this potion. Bomb is helpful. Card draw, maybe? Let's go card draw. Yeah, that was helpful. Think. Yes. Or no, hold on. That one away. Go Shockwave. And the Clashing! Actually, just kill right now. 18 plus 22, no. So in that case, I'll just Reaper Reckless Charge. Hopefully don't take 45 next turn. Good. He blocked. Go figure. Ornamental Fan. Every time we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, gain 4 block. It's perfect. Exactly what we needed. Want a Berserk? Not really. I'll take more max HP. Power Through would be tempting, right? 20 block, but those wounds, man. Those wounds. Alright, what else can we get rid of? This Infernal Blade is a bit awkward. So is this Body Slam, actually. Although it's better now with the fan, I guess. Get rid of that one. Reckless Charge, also a pretty good removal. I think we'll do that next act. We get 2 more, 1 at the next fire, and 1 at the next shop. Don't forget. Okay, I'm gonna go Arma Shockwave. Let's put the uppercut on top then. Lots of debuffs for the Time Eater here. Remembering that every time we play 12 cards, Time Eater forcibly ends our turn and gains 2 points of strength. Is a bit rude, if you ask me. I want to use double tap here. Say this 1, 2, 3. Take almost no damage. Exactly 1, in fact, which is great for Runic Cube here. That's a pretty good turn. Won't be able to stop them this turn from healing themselves back up, but it might have been a chance to get Reaper down. Looks like no. Fortunately. So there is unfortunately a phase 2 here. Not bad. Not bad at all. So close. GG. Thanks for the money. To thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all this cash? You ready your money and beat the heart with your overloaded wallet, dealing less damage than your money. That's wild. We do get healed to full since we're still on Ascension 4 here, meaning we can easily upgrade our Jax or Toke. I think I'm going to upgrade the Jax for that one more point of strength, and then we'll remove Reckless Charge at the shop. Oh, and there is a Dolly's Mirror here, I was wondering. Okay. Cute. Couple really good options for the Dolly's Mirror. I think either duping the Jax or duping the Rage would be a really solid choice here. Either of those would be perfect. Definitely take the Bronze Scales, definitely take the Toy Ornithopter. I think we go double Liquid Memories. I definitely want to keep this Elixir. Talked about keeping that for the heart, and here we are. Get rid of Reckless Charge. I think Rage would be really good. Dropkick is a fun addition, too, actually, especially if we're going double Rage. I really like this Dropkick. Let's take Dropkick for sure. Double Dropkick? Or double Rage. Like this. Do I want an Impatience? No. Second Wind? Also no. Yeah, we're gonna leave with 1,000 gold here. That's fine. Alright. Alright. This is the deck then. 5 copies of Clash, 2 Rages, Jax, Dropkick, 116 health with Runic Cube, and, well, let's see how it do. Onwards to glory. Or death. Either's fine, really. Got here. The double clashing. Good. Ooh, this is 25. 50 plus 36 is 86, so I go double tap, Clash, Hand of Greed? Hold on, we can do better than that. Double tap, Cleave. Flash you, then finish you with that. Drawing another card. Pull with Pentagraph. Do the damage. Alright, excellent turn 1. Truly excellent turn 1 here. ton of block from... Oh, we actually just murder. Alright, well, good fight. Good fight. GG, I guess. Hooray. Happy Flower will give us extra energy every 3 turns. We get 2 more max HP as well. This has been a 24 max health Singing Bowl, so much more than a mango. Really good. Really, really good. And I feel great about these cards going into Heart. Let's go. The almost blockless deck, how will we do it? Definitely going to start with a Shockwave, that's for sure. Every time we play a card, we're going to take 1 damage here, which will cause us to draw a new card. That's good? Question mark. Question mark. Just gonna hit it with Hand of Greed. This is actually a pretty good opening draw in that we drew all the cards we don't want to draw next turn. This is all good targets for Liquid Memories as well. I'll do the 37 here. I can't put stuff on top with Warcry because of the Beat of Death. It's a little awkward. Let's just stop there for turn 1. Card. Perfect. My Liquid Memories double tap here so that I can double tap this Pummel Strike and get more cards in hand? Yes. I'd like to do that. Perfect. Tap Dropkick. Yeah, we've got all the statuses that I want to get rid of with Elixir in hand, so I think this is Elixir time. Losing Armaments, Wound, Burn, Slimed, and Bash. Maybe even Sever Soul. I could also just play the Sever Soul, which would destroy basically all the same cards. It's pretty good too. Stress Bolzen! Hitting us up with a dad joke. What's the Ironclad's favorite mobile title? Why, it's gotta be Clash of Clans, of course. Take 2? Perfect. It's a good turn. Okay, now we can Burning Pact our Bash. Lose that card. Draw a bunch more. Oh, I can't actually play Clash until I lose the Dazed in the Void here, huh? Well, what better time to get rid of everything, then? We still have the Elixir. We can lose the Body Slam, although I want to play the Body Slam this turn. Lose the Sever Soul, the Void, the Dazed. All be good. Or we could again just play the Sever Soul, but then I have to, like... That messes with my double tap then. This. Lose the Hand of Greed as well, although it's a decent damage source. We'll lose that. the Reaper for now. Draw me some cards. Thanks, Mr. Hart. And here's where we start to get, like, really silly now. Because this is my hand. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Yes, more. More. Okay, we blocked for 144. Seems alright. Rages are awesome. EG, Mr. Hart. EG. That was a sweet run. Really showing off the power of the Clash. When you can make it work, it's real strong for the energy, you know, for 0 energy. But it's just dang tricky. Credit to Seversoul for letting us... I mean, we had the elixir, right? But Seversoul put us into a position where we were able to do that even without it. And a lot of credit, again, to Runic Cube for helping in that heart fight, too. GG. Sakahir, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 3 months on your way to that half year. GG. Here's our run history. That's a good one. It's a keeper right there. Yeah, shout out to Beat of Death for making that fight possible. Heck yeah. Now, if only I could leave that 1,000 gold in an event in the Spire for a future run. Collector bonus on Clash. Only 1 block card proper. The Rages were really good. It was crazy amount of block. And I have to say, the double tap was very good. Double tap felt excellent in this run, with so many, so much attack saturation from early Molten Egg. Also, shoutouts to these randomly upgraded Warcries we encountered for helping set up some fun stuff. Sweet. Well, that was a blast. I can't wait to dive on into another one here with Silent. Yeah, 039. I think that run could have won without the Rages. It would have taken an immense amount of damage. Like 80 or 90. But I think would have had enough health to get there. That deck was out. Rages. Haha. Yes. Anyway, before I dive on into a silent run here, I'm going to take our first break of the day. A quick water refill, a quick stretch, quick snack. And when I return, we'll play some Slaver's Collar Silent Action on Ascension 5. How wacky will it get? Stick around to find out. Be right back, everyone. Alright, we're back. Well, I was away, Draft Serenius, thank you so much for the 7 months. A baker's half dozen. Let's play some Silent. As ever, swapping our starting relic for the Slaver's Color. That's the stipulation for this ladder streak challenge. What a strange act layout. Weird. So there's a couple of elites on the back half of the act here that I would like to get. Maybe this path is good too, because there's 3 upgrades. We've got a smattering of early elites that are relatively difficult to prepare for. I think in particular going for the Burning Elite would be crazy pants here. Although it would lead to a really good overall act with 4 fires behind it. Dealing with Guardian at the end of the act, that's not too bad. Not for Silent anyway. I think if we go to the shop, we could maybe try to prepare for our Burning Elite. That feels a little vicious. It's doable, though. That would get us 2 elites, 4 fires, and our green key, which is definitely the best outcome we could have from this act. Yeah, Max Health Lega, and I'm confident we can beat Max Health Lega with Silent starting deck and 4 energy here on Ascension 5 when they're only giving us -1/-1. I do remember, I do fondly remember our last run-in with a Max Health Lega, and that was a 20, and that was a bad time. Bad time. Hell, we could even go 3 elites that way. Okay. So I think that requires us to dip into the shop to get ready for this fight. And we'll have to spend our money fairly aggressively, but that's okay. It's okay. Otherwise, our best line is like roll up to the shop with enough money to maybe buy a relic, which would be nice. Nah. Go for that Burning Elite. I think it's doable on this Ascension level. Especially if we can conserve some health in these opening combats, which Silent is pretty good at doing, generally. Jawworm is starting to get a little out of control here. I think I'd better play this strike. Take the 3. Otherwise, we could end up in ouch territory here. Ah, we would have been fine. Okay. Take some damage. Either the Flying Knee or the Poison Stab is great, but we just need something to get ready for this encounter. With our higher base energy against elites, I'm leaning towards the Poison Stab for its higher base damage. Doing 9 immediately and then 2 more on the following turn. Good against Grumlinub. Great against Lagavulin. Pretty good upgrade too. For 8 damage, 4 poison. If we don't find anything better by the time we get here. Okay. Let's take the poison card for the moment. Great against this cultist too. One here. Ancient Potion could help a fair bit against Knob or Lagavulin. Offered Sneaky Strike Prepared or Dagger Spray, offering good AoE. Dagger Spray is an excellent addition here. Good for hard pool fights, good for 3 sentries. Yeah, I like Dagger Spray. Laserbird just died to Jawworm on floor 1. Oh no. Something has gone horribly wrong. Yeah, we took the store path so that we can buy an attack card here. I really like Masterful Stab, for example. As well as potentially a potion. Masterful Stab and Blessing of the Forge would definitely make me feel confident at beating this Burning Elite. Can't afford the Prismatic Shard nor the White Beast statue, unfortunately. 22 gold backflip's not bad either. But definitely the 0 cost 12 damage of Masterful Stab this early in a silent run is very potent. Freyna Bottle's not bad either, letting us just die if we need to. But it is a lot more expensive than the Blessing. Could also go Card Remove, or Crippling Cloud. Crippling Cloud with the Fort Pot, actually pretty good. Crippling Cloud. Crippling Cloud definitely better against Lega. I think it's pretty good against Sentries too. You know what? I am going to take Crippling Cloud instead of Masterful Stab. 4 poison to all enemies and 2 turns a week. Our higher base energy during elite fights. That'll serve us pretty well. And we get a remove, transform, or upgrade option here. That could get very highly upgraded very quickly. A little nervous about transforming a strike at this exact moment. Normally I would. But the imminency of a Gremlin Knob is a bit sketchy. Upgrading either the Crippling Cloud or the Dagger Spray is probably the way to go. Get this Crippling Cloud upgraded. I don't want to remove a defend. Normally I would transform a defend if we weren't fighting Guardian, but I don't want to decrease our block density for that fight. Be happy with another upgrade here. Easy fight. Get a dupe pot. Ooh, and more poison. A bouncing flask. Apply 3 poison to a random enemy 3 times. This is also an acceptable heal hook, given that we have Crippling Cloud to apply weaken with. But I think stacking up the poison, bouncing flask in particular, will be very good against the Guardian at the end of the act. This is going to be the way to go. Great with our duplication potion, too. You get a sleepy egg boy. Good. This would be a decent hand to upgrade. Off for a moment. We take a big hit next turn if we wake up now. Avoid that. This is also a reasonably good upgrade. Could also just dupe the Bouncing Flask for +9 poison. That'd be pretty good. I shouldn't hesitate to use potions here. We're gonna get 2 relics and 2 upgrades before our next elite fight. Start with a dupe on the bouncing and see what that takes us. I may use the Forge Pot next turn depending on what we draw. Saves me 6 health? Eh. Good enough. is 18 over 2 turns, so is this. A little bit of a painful fight. Relatively expected, though, for our Burning Elite. On floor 6, you get the Courier, meaning the merchant restocks and has reduced costs. And I really like this Dash, another 2-cost card for us. That is block and damage that'll serve us well in the upcoming Elite fights and in the Guardian fight. Good upgrade, too, for +3/+3. Be a potentially takeable Blade Dance as well. That dash upgraded in. We'll avoid the shop. We don't have enough money for it to be a good idea. I could maybe afford one removal, but why? Flannel Violin, thank you so much for the 16 months. On your way to that year and a half. Crazy good support. Can't kill you both without the Forge Pot. Ancient Pot saves 3. I think I'll just take 4. Pretty happily here. Flex Pot goes well with the Ancient Pot. Leg Sweep, continuing the pattern of awesome 2-cost cards. I like it. Cloak and Dagger and Dodge Roll are both block cards that are a little difficult to want. They need upgrades. Play the Dodge Roll. Pick another 2-cost card, the Leg Sweep. We're definitely going to want to try to find an Energy Relic from our boss here. With how expensive this deck has become. Could even be a Velvet Choker. A Memorial will block our future curses. Certainly take that, especially with Courier. This could end up being a free 999 gold sometime in the future. And let's get an upgrade on... Contemplating the Dagger Spray so that we can deal with multi-enemy fights a bit easier. Upgrading the Leg Sweep's pretty good too. So for this latter challenge, just to clarify, since I see the question popping up a little bit, every single run is starting with the Slaver's Collar Relic. We use a mod called Filter the Spire, !Filter the Spire. There's a link to it there. And that allows you to determine, if you're on Steam PC, what boss relic you'll get when you trade your starting relic to the Whale. Upgrading the Bouncing Flask for more poison's good too, but I think we'll rather do that before Guardian, or maybe even upgrade Leg Sweep. Get some front load. I want to go this 2 elite path rather than this way. Valuing those relics and card rewards quite a bit. Looks dangerous. Let's fight. Okay, I'm going to use a, I think the Flex Potion's a good choice here. We just get to kill the Fungi Beast immediately. Taking 5. Right. Okay, that's fine. Got offered a second Crippling Cloud. How many 2-cost cards is too many? Let's find out together. Yeah, you're not a... We're not sentries, unfortunately. But turn 1 Bouncing Flask is good. I think I want to go Bouncing Flask and Leg Sweep with the Blessing of the Forge. Get 3 turns a week down and 12 poison on turn 1. For this deck, Gauss, I would definitely rather have Snecko Eye over an Energy Relic. It'd just be way too good. Hopefully drawing Dash next turn. Dang it. Dang it, Dash, you were my best block option. Next turn, that's a guaranteed kill. Let's take 11 more. Guess I'm resting? Ooh. Not where I wanted this deck to be at. To make fishes more gold and all, but that's fine. Well-laid plans to let us retain cards is excellent, letting us hold on to blocks and such. Bane could be some good front load too. I really like a well-laid plans here. Especially for Guardian coming up. It's almost like none of our relics have done anything so far, and all of the combats we've, yikes, gotten into have been incredibly dangerous. Oh my, we're in huge danger here. Huh. Well now. Suddenly, everything has gone horribly wrong. We might actually die here. I would not have in a million years guessed we would die going this path. So if I Crippling Cloud defend, we're going to go down to 8-7, take 10, go down to 9 HP. Yikes. Or I could go neutralize, defend, defend, strike, do a lot less. No, I got a Crippling Cloud. There's no way. Gonna try to kill the slime first. They have lower health. I'm okay if this thief gets away with my money, I just want to not die here. You for not murdering me. Fair enough. Oh, I should have blocked right. Come on, Dash, what are you doing, man? This is not enough to kill the thief. We're not dead, though. This goes to 10, we live on, like, 2? Surely the elite will kill me on 2, though. Damn it. Wow. That is extra rude. Laga versus / sentries or a hard pool combat. Which are we going to be better prepared for? I feel like we have to be better at the elite fight, right? There's no guarantee we survive no matter which way we pick here. I think Lagavulin we can survive because of well-laid plans. Sentries, we'd have to get really lucky, but we could win that. 4 Gremlins might just kill me on turn 1, although if we, like, Dagger Spray Crippling Cloud, we could win instantly. One Slaver would be pretty likely to kill me on turn 1, actually. I'm more scared of one blue Slaver than I am of an elite, I think. We don't want to add any of that. Alright, let's see what happens. Is Lagavulin. Good. Got well-laid plans also. Good. Might as well just hold the neutralize. Yes. $15 is the name of the game. Have to make sure that we can block enough on every turn. It's going to be tricky to hold on to Survivor here. But if we don't drop, well, on this turn right now, we did. Hey, I think we're going to live. Chat, I think it's happening. I kill in 2 turns, that's the question. Defend and poison stab here. So we do 12. What's our best? Blocking the next hit's pretty tricky if I don't hold on to leg sweep. But let's see. I'm going to assume I don't drop Bouncing Flask next turn. What's our damage output? We can do up to 24, or maybe even just 20. You're taking 12 plus 11 plus 10. 52 minus 12 minus 11 minus 10 equal to 29. I just only need to do 29 more damage. Okay, just hold Dagger Spray then. I think we're fine. Yeah, easy. Don't know what you were all worried about. We were never at risk of dying. Ever. The bronze scales, and yeah, that's a catalyst. Look at that. All the poison in the world. Yes. Big yes. Alright. I think Ultimate Bravery would be upgrading here. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to rest. If I had, like, 7 hit points, it might be different. I'm going to use this right away. Make sure we get the transform on turn 2 here. We do have the Liquid Distilled Chaos in the event of a worst turn scenario, but looks like we got enough poison here. Yes, but we wouldn't have had enough poison without the Catalyst, so I feel good about using that on turn 1. Seemed like a relatively easy perfect. I was mostly just worried about that first cycle, potentially having to take a couple points of chip damage. Seems like we're fine. Oh, you're actually transforming because of that. Oops. What I meant to do? GG, nerd. And we're alive. Good stuff. We're also offered 3 different cards that go incredibly well with our Catalyst here. First, to duplicate it, Corpse Explosion to provide AoE damage and more poison, or Nightmare to make more copies of it. They're all great. Personally leaning towards Corpse Explosion as a way to deal with the dangerous combats of Act 2. But they're all fine. Like, Burst Crippling Cloud gets us there just as fine. This is a really good burst. And we already have the well-laid plans to line up the burst with the Catalyst. This is a really good burst. And I think I have enough AoE. I'm not, like, that heavy into, Corpse Explosion. I think Nightmare would be my least preferred option, going to its highest cost. Let's go with the Burst. And let's happily take some energy. Although, Sacred Bark here does give us 10 max health with this fruit juice. That's pretty good. I'm reasonably happy with a Coffee Dripper for an AJ all the time. I prefer that over the Runic Dome, blocking our ability to see enemy intents. The bonus energy in the rank and file combats is going to be what's so powerful about the Dripper here, preventing so much damage. Let's take the Dripper. Hopefully we'll find a relic to provide some healing. To the shop. Lots of elites to fight this act. Ideally, we're getting a bunch of upgrades too. I'd like to upgrade Burst and upgrade Catalyst. Those are two priorities for us. Let us start by going to a shop. We can start cutting strikes from the deck. Although I would take bites if offered. Even immediately after removing a strike, I would take bites if offered, I think, with Coffee Dripper here. I would feel like a fool, though. Interesting. Easy peasy birds every time. Got him. Dexterity? Dexterity's great. We've got dash, we've got leg sweep, we've got lots of block cards. I'd love for our block cards to block for more. Absolutely would love for that to be the case. Oh, wow. Talk about a loaded store here. Good relics for days. We could even afford all three of them. Purchasing the Snecko Skull, which makes our poison one more whenever we apply poison. The Preserved Insect makes enemies in elite rooms have less health. That's extremely good. And the Dolly's Mirror would let us duplicate a card in the deck. Had I upgraded Catalyst, I'd be all about it. Not a terrible choice for Dagger Spray. I think this is probably the one I'm not going to take. I'll take these two and a card removal. Maybe the Block Potion. Intended plan is this way now? Yeah, the Block Potion. That's the case. I feel like rather than getting more Catalysts, I just rather have an upgraded Burst and a Catalyst than an upgraded well-laid plans. Master Strategy for more card draw is also really good here. And lastly, we have Couriers, so whenever we buy something, something else will replace it. Start with the Snecko Skull. There's the Juzu. Preserved Insect. There's also War Paint for 2 random skill upgrades. Ooh. Actually, yeah, I would like all of the skills in this deck upgraded. Burst, Catalyst, Crippling Cloud, Leg Sweep, Bouncing Flask, and Block cards. Yeah, I really want War Paint. And that means that I wouldn't feel bad about being offered bites either, because I'm not removing a strike. Let's do it. Crippling Cloud and a Defend get upgraded. I'm fine with that. GG. Base. Let me touch, maybe trade. We can get some money back in exchange for hit points, or we can take a face from the Crazy Face Trader. Bad Face would simply apply Weaken on turn 1. That's not too bad. Or maybe make us miss a relic, which would be bad. Whereas the good faces would be a ton of gold or a ton of, especially with Courier, or a ton of health. I'll take a face trade. Get the Gremlin Visage, starting us out with 1 week at the start of each combat. That is a bad face, but that's okay. But that's okay. Should be a pretty easy opponent. Might end up Distilled Chaosing next turn in this fight. Let's see. You're gonna be weak. Nah, we're fine. Take only a little bit here. And then Burst Bouncing Flask is actually just straight up a kill here. If I could choose Mumble and Tumble to take a bad face and a good face, I think I would make that trade every time, because the good faces are better than the bad faces are bad, if that makes sense. So it would be a net positive outcome to gain, you know, 25 max HP and be weak on turn 1, or lose 1 relic and gain 500 gold, essentially. These could be interesting for some card draw. We are about to go into fights where we're going to have 5 energy. Dodge got better with the decks. Honestly, feeling a skip here. Anything saying plus on it would, other than the flying knee, I think would be worthwhile. No, Kaponsky, you will still get cursed if you open a chest with Inlost Hungry Face and the cursed key. Unfortunately. Oof. I guess now I'm using my Distilled Chaos? Interesting. Yes, Bobbert, if we burst and then play Distilled Chaos, we'll double any skill that we hit. Which may not be a good thing. I'd like to burst the Leg Sweep, but most of the other things are worse, so I think we're just going to play the top 3 of the draw pile and see what happens. Without playing the burst, and then planning on bursting Defend for a guaranteed 5 extra block. Let's see what happens. Oof. Okay, well that was a dead, a completely worthless potion, unfortunately. So it is sometimes. Alright. We'll just, rest. Smiley face. Ow. Okay, I end up going, this way, depending on how we feel hit point-wise. First cloud gets there. Good. And I believe I owe a dad joke to Sternometer. Sternometer, what do you call a silent who keeps making toxic puns? Deadly poison. Am I gonna take this deadly poison? I don't think so, by the way. Gonna leave it on the ground. Small gremlin leader. Stuff. Thorns are going to help here. Let's take 0. They weakened. It's fine. Glad we did not get attacked. Worked out perfectly this fight. This was a really good fight. Lucky. Really lucky. On you fools. Question card will give us more options from future card rewards. I love this explosive potion to help us deal with potentially the 3 slavers. And Venom's nice with the Snecko Skull, but it's a little expensive at the moment. Let us skip, and I think I'm going to upgrade our Catalyst and go on into the next Elite fight. We're going to commit to 2 more here, based on how well that first one went. A little bit risky, but I'm in it to win it. I think with an upgraded Catalyst, we'll do quite well. Small slavers. Got a very underwhelming turn 1 draw, unfortunately. I knew that was a possibility. I could have just sentenced myself to death. We'll find out! Hooray! Hooray! Only one bad turn here. East Pipe lets us toke cards at rest sites. I love both Prepared Plus and Malaise. Prepared Plus notably letting me dig through the raw pile, whereas the Malaise really shuts down Book of Stabbing. And Gremlin Leader, potentially. Bronze Automaton's gonna be tough to beat at the end of the act here. Although we just have to dodge Hyper Beam. I think I'd rather have this prepared to help me get through the deck. Acro could be good too. But the prepared is going to allow us to line up the burst and the catalyst to get the poison in play more quickly. It's going to be good. Yeah, prepared is a solution for the turn is so bad, and with 5 strikes still in the deck, the turn will continue to be bad for the foreseeable future. We got to start toking here. The book does not scare me with Burst Catalyst. We're going to kill book in like 3 turns. So the Malaise really doesn't have a chance to do that much. These give me hit points. Potion Belt's good. 2 more potion slots. It's not hit points, but I'll take it. And we are not fighting the book. We're fighting Gremlin Leader on turn 1 and taking some damage. I use the strength potion here. Dagger spray will kill the chonky boy. That's worth it. Ouch. Take 10, go to 11. That's pretty low. Dangerously low. I'd even say too low. Catalyst here. We should be able to kill them next turn before they attack, right? Yeah. All we need is some sustain. Yeah, it's easy peasy. Surely we will have this thing. Sustain? Is that you, I see? Regen Potion gives us 5 regen, healing up to 15 hit points. Mummified Hand will make cards in hand free whenever we play powers, and I think this deck now wants a backflip. A card that both blocks and draws is very good with our footwork. Yes, more card draw. Then, more card draw in the form of strike remove. Cutting this run a little close to the limit here, aren't I? It's okay. This is a mad rush to get rid of strikes right now, yeah. I'd like to get our well-laid plans and our footwork and our burst upgraded, but I really just want to stop drawing strikes almost more than anything else. They are so stinky, man. This goes to... Only going to be able to block for 13. If I do this, we block for 23, take 1. So I'm taking damage either way here. One is fine. If we kill them and weaken, this should go back to 7 times 2. Could even Ancient Pot to not take the 1, but I think I'd rather save that. Just take 1 here. Oh, good fight. We're back up to 24 health. We even have 29, counting the fruit juice. We'll use later. Still gonna... Oh. Still gonna look for opportunities to, like, find a Toy Ornithopter to heal 5 more off that. I see that we're being offered a Catalyst Plus. I mean... Yes. We'll take that. Thank you very much. That seems excellent. Ah, here's where we use the, Ancient Pot? Question mark. Yeah, I don't want to end up in a weird situation this fight. Certainly could. Decent point. Ow. This is why we gotta toke the strikes, because they are being drawn instead of block cards. Unfortunately, Crippling Cloud, Burst, Catalyst... Wait, that's 8? And then triple 8 to 25, triple 20, yeah, 70 something. We don't kill here, but we do kill next turn. So we live, but ouch. Yeah, if the burst was upgraded, this would kill, unfortunately. But it does not do that. Not quite. Seems a little sketchy. Cunning Pot will help. Calculated Gamble Plus. Discard your hand and draw that many cards also helps. Yes. Alright, please get me to the boss. No, stop. I don't want to get in more combats. No. No. I'd have been right to start with the Bouncing Flask there instead. Oof. Short. Can I at least kill you with the Shiv Pot? Let's see, you're at 24. Yes, I can. Okay. We're good. All good. Plans plus. Interesting. Both the Piercing Whale and the upgraded plans are quite tempting. Plans do stack. We play them both, we get up to 3 retain. I think I'm gonna take this. And then we can token another strike here. Or we could upgrade our burst. Also very good. This is definitely not enough health for Bronze Automaton to feel comfortable. Upgrade the burst. And then we'll try to toke as many strikes as we can in Act 3 and 4. Our lack of additional cards on turn 1 is definitely a bit of an obstacle. We do get Bouncing Flask turn 1 at least, to remove all the artifacts, but a little bit worried about next turn. Good luck to me. Oh good, we're not dead. This is excellent news. We can full block. We skip out on the Catalyst for now. That's fine. You're stealing my first. Okay, well-laid plans a while ago would have been appreciated. So you know what card is being stolen? Because these orbs always take the rarest card in the draw pile with their debuff effect. So looking at the draw pile, we see we've got 2 starters, or 3 starters rather, 2 commons and 4 uncommons. It'll always take an uncommon card, and then between items of equal rarity, it's just random chance. So this orb is stealing one of the powers or the calculated gamble, but will never steal anything from the top row here. And they took our gamble. And we lived this turn. Hooray! Burst Catalyst, and we win. Never didn't have it. GG, nerd. Enjoy your 577 poison. GG. That was tough. That was definitely a challenge. But well worth it, I think. We made it again through the act with a fairly aggressive, fairly difficult pathing. This has been dancing a little close to the fire, so to speak, but I like it. There's a couple great options here. I think anything other than the Unload is a good choice. Corpse Explosion, another poison card, removes 2 artifact. Great with our catalysts, of course. Since we're having trouble drawing the catalysts on turn 1 before our other poison cards, it might be nice to add another poison starting card. And Corpse Explosion would serve that pretty well. Wraithform gives us 2 turns of intangible, or upgraded 3. A very, very effective block source that would let us get our poison down and win, ideally. We already saw Bark at our first boss, so we know it's not going to happen either way. I do like this Alchemize quite a bit as well, giving us a random potion. We have effectively 5 empty potion slots. Those aren't going to fill up anytime soon on their own. But with Burst Alchemize, we could get oodles of potions right away, and that could be a really good way to control our circumstances in Act 3. I like that a lot, actually. I think that's a more interesting way to go about it than the Wraithform. Let's do this Alchemize. There's so many potion slots to work with. Oh hey, somebody offered to remove all of my strikes. And defends. Pandora's Box says transform all strike and defend cards. Notably, this is also an additional 72 gold. Because of Ceramic Fish. We're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 transforms. Actually, sorry, not 72. 9 times 9 is 81 gold for taking Pandora's Box. We can also get a totally free Calling Bell here. We have Omori negating a curse, so Calling Bell is just get 3 relics, 1 common, 1 uncommon, and 1 rare. And that's quite good, too. Oh yeah, 81 gold with Courier, too. That's right. That said, we do appreciate the defense. We have a footwork. We have an upgraded defend. And we don't have any eggs or anything, upgrading the transformed cards. We're looking to just keep toking strikes. And I do want the defense once we're down. So let's take, I think, the bell then. You also get 9 gold for adding curses. Yeah, criminal piece, although notably we don't get the curse here. From the bell. A bell doesn't toll. Yeah, these are very good relics. Art of War, giving us extra energy if we didn't play any attacks during our turn. Pantograph, healing us 25 at the start of boss combats. And Fossilized Helix, preventing the first time we lose health each combat. Those are amazingly good relics. Way better than Busted Crown would have been. It's an okay bell. But only okay. I like going to fires and stores. Early store here. Toke toke. Maybe like one of these remaining ways. Uh-oh. That's not the turn one I wanted to see. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Oh, that's so much damage. God, Darklings, why are you so brutal on, Oh no. Alright, well this will save our buffer at least. We take only 27 damage. Yikes. Ow. Brutal, man. So it goes to 6 plus 7, that is 13. Okay. Easy full block, actually. Once we get our feet under us, though, or our footwork under us, we're pretty good. Fumes is cute and tempting with the mummy hand. I think we really don't want to be adding more cards, though. Birdface turn. 3? That is sustain. Not the ideal form of sustain, but I think it's pretty good here. Could also take instead take Master Strategy, drawing 3 cards at 0 cost. That's really good. I think actually Birdface turn, card remove, and another backflip is the ultimate thing to do here. The Birdface turn will be 6 healing per fight. Currently, we have 1, 2, 3 powers, and it would give me a pretty good incentive for taking future powers. Buying potions is a reasonable choice, too, to fill up these potion slots, although I think our Alchemize will take care of us. Yeah, I think we need this Birdface turn. Keep dunking strikes and keep adding backflips. Still not interested in more poison at the moment. I really want to get our block smoothed out here. That's where we're now at. Fortunately, our buffer is going to help a lot in fights like this one. Better draw Alchemize. Dang it. Still got our 6 hit points, though. Drops heals for 2 as well. It's a different kind of damage than the fumes do. I think I would have preferred fumes. Just keep not taking cards? Question mark. You know, every power that we draw is, of course, a block card or poison card that we don't draw. It does do very good damage to Heart, but we're gonna overkill Heart anyway. Heart is not a concern for us with 2 catalysts. So I'm gonna skip. I go Poison Stab, Crippling Cloud, Catalyst. You die. I'm actually gonna hold this Alchemize and try to burst it. Good. More card draw or a upgraded quality block. Both very good. I think I'm gonna go with the card draw. Deck needs 5 card draw, how about 4? How about 4? Let's see, Glowing Tesseract with question card. I think I'm good to look at 3 here. We get to look at 4 cards per. And a lot of the colorless cards are very good, like Sadistic Nature. Panache is actually pretty decent. Has more damage and a 0-cost 2 hit point heal with Mummy Hand. Thinking ahead could be some decent draw. Another Panache. Panic button. Panic button. Do I go double Panache? Just for the healing? I don't want to. Got Mummy Hand, we got Birdface Stern. It'll be good AoE damage against, like, Reptomancer and stuff. Yeah. Let's try it. I'm down. Flash of Steel is solid with Panache, but it's kind of bad with the Art of War. I'm like, not that thrilled about it. Not that thrilled about it. Keep removing Stinky Strikes. No, dude. Potions that save me here, unfortunate. Very scary. Thanks. Well, hopefully everything is fine. Pick 7 here. No, dude, please. Oh no. Currently looking at dead on board. No, we can survive. Okay, we always live. Good. I need to play all of these to survive. Okay. Saves me 6 right now. Stop. You stinky? Let's see, this is 1730, currently only taking 3. That's fine. So yeah, currently we've healed 22 from the urn and we're currently at 18, so Take from that what you will. About the bird face turn. Toxic Egg will upgrade any future skills that we might add, like Deflect Plus here. Which I do think I want. What are we doing? Take the blue key soon. Let's grab our recall now. Getting the footwork upgrade would be a pretty decent idea, too. Actually, I think taking some events is a good idea. We could get a full heal from Mind Bloom. Wouldn't fight double orb walkers, I don't think. Don't really want to go to an extra shop with the courier, yeah. This way. Greetings, transient. Fire potion on turn 1 here. Go down to 0, actually. We do -8, 40. No. Fire potion alone won't be enough here. Okay. Save the fire pot for a different turn. Use our buffer on turn 1 then. Perfect. Could just be some free hit points for us. Another duplication potion. Good. Like, with catalysts in the deck, these dupe pots are insanely powerful. So to have 2 of these is a little bonkers. Full heal. Oh, Warped Tongs will upgrade a random card in our hand every turn for all of combat. We don't get a Pain Curse because we have Omamori here. So that's just really good. Thank you, Omamori. And these jerks again. Hello. Remember you. Unfortunately. Duplication Potion and Burst do stack. You'll get 4 copies of the card, or 3 rather, if you dupe it twice instead of 4. Totally fine here. Was only 10 that way. Fuck that. Buffer this hit. Yes, so. Been really happy with this Helix overall. Memory's back. Cool. Did miss one Birdface turn proc. Okay with that. And let's take an upgraded, one more poison starter. That deadly poison plus here. I feel good enough to fight another elite. Let's go this way. Especially Giant Head should be very easy for us. Very easy for us. To just get a heal from. Oh no! I wanted to play those powers. Get back here. Good. Got what we came for. Just block pop. Sweet. Letter Opener will deal damage to all enemies whenever we play 3 skills in one turn. We're also offered another Alchemize, which is pretty wild, letting us get more potions. I think we have enough really good potions now, though. We don't really need another one. As tempting as it is to take an upgraded free Alchemize. Good stuff. Now we'll skip. We're actually going to be at full health going into Donu and Deka after everything that happened this act. That's pretty good. Really good. Another deflect. Does give me 9 gold. I think we don't need it, though. Got all the keys. We can continue to toke strikes. Good job, Peace Pipe. And full health. After dipping pretty low down into the to the hit point range. Managed to figure it out. Just that for now. Power Pot would let me play this for free? Okay. Don't want to Wraith Form. Actually, you know, a Wraith Form early in this fight doesn't sound half bad. Do it. I think this will be a pretty short fight overall. That is my hope. Burst ready. So we can burst Catalyst on you. I retain 3. still. Like, even though we're losing decks from Wraithform, we're still looking at plenty of block here for the moment. GG. Alright, looking at that fight, I don't think you would have readily believed how much of a struggle this run has been to get here, but two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? The source? All these bird-faced urn hit points. 58 health from the bird-faced urn, 21 health from the pantograph. One very happy coffee dripper. Yeah, definitely the most yikes in that Lagavulin fight, for sure. That was spooky as hell. I'm glad we're alive. Let's just say that. Super glad we're alive. Okay, I definitely like removing our final strike here, and honestly, I'll just take a strawberry for 7 max HP. I don't want an Envenom. I don't really want any of these cards. I don't really want a Strange Spoon. We're not going to need the Strange Spoon, not with these potions. Going to be a very easy couple of final battles, I assure you all. Really doesn't matter what's here. Onwards. $25. That's fine. Ooh, we're one short. Better do it like this then. For this hit, take 9 instead of 12. Didn't matter a whole lot, of course. Make sure we're putting all the damage into the shield here. We're still in the range of pantograph healing, right? Block 17? Yeah, we are. Fine. A third duplication potion. Amazing. Cool. The heart is not going to have the slightest of chances here. Poor thing never knew what hit it. 16 times 3 is not enough. Right? Now we can dupe pot and kill you. Seems unnecessary. Reduce unblocked attack damage from 5 to 1 will help us with the Heart's multi-attacks, and an after image to block Beat of Death here, and heal us for 2 more is theoretically nice. The after image might not actually be helpful though, in that we are winning this Heart fight in like 2 or 3 turns potentially. I mean that. I'm not going to take it. We are not going to need it. This is going to be a very, very short fight. Yeah, that's perfect. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, because we can just do this. Don't even need to use the second dupe pot, right? This will be enough for a 3-turn kill anyway. 292 poison. Enjoy, Mr. Hart. GG. GG, everybody. Be free, my duplication potion? Be free. Easy peasy. Who needs all these fancy relics when you can just kill it right away? GG, everyone. So good. Has it been done? The Spire sleepeth, and so shall I. Zero damage, 3 turns. About as fast as you can get. It is possible on Ascension 5 to kill the heart in 2 turns. Technically, we would have had to additionally do 300 damage on turn 1, excluding the poison. That's tough to do, but not impossible. GG. Very ridiculous run, dipping constantly to low health. 2 health Lagavulin. We went down to 11 in Act 2 against Scrum Leader, and then found a regen potion, and that saved me. We would have been dead without the regen potion. Wow. That was definitely cutting it close. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Next up, Ascension 6 with the defect. Ascension 6 is when enemies start to get a little bit more, oh no, sorry. That's Ascension 7. Ascension 6, we start each run damaged, missing 10% of our maximum health. So 68 out of 75 with the defect here, which means that we have a little bit less wiggle room in Act 1. Hello? Right half of the Spire, are you there? Apparently not. We have an oddly squished-looking act layout. Only one choice for the first node. That's weird. That's weird. We got some pretty good branching options from there, actually. Lots of different paths. But right off the start, there's only one choice. Seed issue or a bug? It's just, this is within the outcomes of Spire's random map generation. It's relatively unlikely, but you can get some really weird-looking act layouts. You can have 2 paths that are completely split, going all the way up the act, that lead to the very end. You can have your path funneled through a forced burning elite on floor 6. You can have only one starting path. It's a little weird sometimes, but within normal parameters, believe it or not. Just one here. point here, a hit point there. Okay, not thrilled with either Barrage or Compiled River as a first card when we don't have a starting orb. The Compiled River's okay, I suppose. We're going to want more card draw in the Elite fights, but we're going to need Orb Generation for the Compiled River to be good. And that, I suppose, is okay. Just gonna go straight for combats here. Get some potions, get some card rewards. Overclock on floor 1 ever good? I don't feel like it would be. Very often. Let's see, guaranteed to draw 14. Okay, 1 damage cultist fight feels good. With a Compiled River in the deck, Cool-Headed becomes a lot better. I'd like the I like the Charge Battery just fine too, but I think we really need that first Frost Orb to let us start drawing cards with Compile. The block is helpful as well. Summon that Frost Orb. Help me block this turn. Or never. $20 gold is a high roll, and Energy Potion is not the best, but is solid. And we get FTL, Equilibrium, or Charge Battery. I really like an early Equilibrium. This is a very powerful block card. 13 block, and the Retain lets you set up future turns pretty well. I really like it with 4 energy from Slaver's Collar, too. The Tempest and the FTL both decent in their own rights, FTL notably being just like a free strike, which Defect often appreciates in the early game, but I'm a big fan of Equilibrium as a card. I'm going to take the opportunity to take it here. Uh-oh. This looks like it's gonna hurt. Would much prefer they both attack me this turn. Go Compile Equilibrium? Maybe Energy Potion next turn, depending on how bad this is. I guess Triple Defend is fine. Energy Potion would let me quad defend and strike. I mean, we're gonna need more help in these fights than in the elites, so do it. Oh man, they both attacked again, but that's fine. Next turn they'll both buff again, and we should be able to kill in the next 2 turns. That's the hope anyway. Yeah. Okay, that went pretty well. We get a replacement potion, an attack potion, as well as another source of orb in Cold Snap to channel a Frost Orb, or we could take some AoE from Sweeping Beam. I don't think we ever take a Storm here, but Cold Snap seems fine. Do I go for the Burning Elite early this or in this act? Current question. This is 1, 2, 3 fires and 2 elites. This is same deal, but we get the Burning Elite out of the way. And we visit an early shop, letting me remove a strike, which feels pretty righteous at the moment. Fighting Hexaghost. Deck does not beat Hexaghost yet. Yeah, I think we should go for the Burning Elite in Act 1 again. Something I've been trying to do a bit more often lately. Oh, wow. The store has some sweet options here. If we want some focus, there's a consume. Losing an orb slot to gain some. Clockwork Souvenir gives us an artifact, blocking our first debuff. That can become very good later on. Hard removal is an option. War Paint to upgrade 2 random skills, also an option. Certainly a lot of skills I would like to upgrade in this deck. Souvenir will block Vulnerable, and then it starts to do stuff in Act 2, mainly. Question is, how am I feeling about Act 1, I suppose? Pretty good, with 4 energy in the upcoming fights. Tough choice. Could even see taking, like, Discovery here. This card can be quite powerful, generating high-cost cards that you get to play at a discount. Or Paint would be offering us card draw, block, or energy. I'm going to take the Souvenir. I'd hope to find maybe a Bias Cognition later. Or something. And going into this first Elite, I think we want a damage upgrade. Honestly, the Cold Snap is a good candidate for that, getting our front load a bit better. I had a making in Spire 2. What would I want? Stuff I would mostly just want, like, more content, more enemies and relic designs and characters that are on par with the developers' original creations here. Not a lot that I would fundamentally change about Slay the Spire. It's damn near close to perfect. Okay, glad we got that guy who, we got the debuff first, because we'll block it. I'm going to use the attack potion, because I think Gremlin Knob is a big stinko. I think we'll take the Compiler for the extra draw might even be better than Melter here. I'm going to play the Zap, though. Oof, almost. Almost, but not quite. Glad we blocked the Vulnerable, though. That reduced the damage very significantly here. Still a pretty tough fight against the Knob there. We score Nunchaku every time we play 10 attacks, gain an energy, and a Colorless Potion, as well as... I'm particularly liking a Self-Repair here, but I think a Chill or a Bullseye could serve us well, too. Self-Repair healing us at the end of each combat in which we play it. Party of Adventurers, some kind of co-op or multiplayer interaction could be cool in an official capacity. A little worried about our damage output right now, but I'm hoping a couple of relics will fix that for us somewhat. Great turn. Play Cold Snap over Defend. Gotta do the damage. Lightning Orb would have split there. Now I want to split. The health lower. Okay, they'll both guaranteed attack me next turn. Or will they? These are not the damage cards I'm looking for. Heat sinks. Powers, charge battery is a decent block, but we've got frost and equilibrium already. I don't think I want any of these. We'll skip. Shuriken, here we go. Okay, that's some damage output. Every time we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, gain a point of strength. I think that's going to be very, very helpful against both this elite and against Hexaghost. Good for getting out of the acts. I don't know that this is going to be something we end up building around, but it is something we get to use right now. So that's good. Wakey wakey. Hi, full blocked. Yeah. Want to draw Equilibrium next turn, not this turn. Lock the decks down. Feeling like a good fight. Still a full block. Beautiful. So we gained 7 hit points from fighting Lagavulin. Stone Calendar is the missing piece of the puzzle. We're now solidly beating Hexaghost, doing an additional 52 damage on turn 7. I'm like oddly compelled to take a capacitor here. Decent barrage too. It feels like it would like some additional orb slots. Starting to be able to fill them up. Yeah. I don't often advocate for early capacitor, but I think this feels like the right kind of moment for it. These combats are nasty, though. Cultist plus medium slime. Pretty rude, man. Chaku is on 9 currently. Can I hold on until Stone Calendar kills the cultist for me? Question as old as time. Claw to go with Shuriken Nunchaku. That's real. White noise for random powers could be quite good. Auto shields, I think, is probably the odd one out here. Alright, I think this is enough relics to make the claw an acceptable addition, and the second claw would be good. Let us Start upgrading card draw? I almost want to upgrade the capacitor. Upgrade the cool-headed first. Start with some card draw. It's a lot of money for a Regret Curse. No chance to remove it anytime soon, though. I could maybe try to carry it into Act 2. But I think it's better to just take the 100. Skyline, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 14 months of support. Keep watching, I'll keep streaming. I'll play the compounder there as I didn't want to accidentally draw. Wrong thingy. So you live and deal 12? It's actually fine with Hexaghost coming up. Keep our potions. Core Surge is more artifact and another good attack. I like that. Could take a Hello World. For essentially extra card draw. One common card added to the hand every turn. Many of those are zero-cost stuff or attacks, but the Core Surge is extra good, giving us extra debuff negation. I like upgrading the Equilibrium here. The Self-Repair upgrade could help too, making that 10 health at the end of combat. But I think going all the way through Act 2 and Act 3, this is a pretty good upgrade. But let's start on that. We're beating Hexaghost already, quite comfortably, I think, with what we have. So I'm not too concerned here. Very much a damage race of a fight. Hold on to this, try to get a Shuriken proc. She looks like we might still be short a little bit. Indeed we are. $29. Currently looking at 10 block. I can block for another 15 or so, so we're taking relatively little damage here. Keep the potions. I find these potions very valuable at the start of Act 2. Nice and clean. Well, not quite clean, but nice and good fight. Vision lets us remove all our orbs, gaining energy and drawing a card for each one evoked. I think we're probably better off with an electrodynamics here. We've got the orb slots after all. Causing our lightning orbs to hit all enemies and channeling 2 more. Or Amplify would let me dupe the Self-Repair or the Capacitor. Duping Self-Repair is kind of interesting. I think a little unnecessary. Take Electro. Don't quite have enough Orb Gen to want that fission. Coolest pot versus energy pots. Energy pot seems quite useful. Let's drop one of the colorless potions, pick up an explosive pot. Oh my. Is it Snecko Eye time? 1/2 cost card, 2/2 cost cards. 4 base energy in some fights. I could get behind a Snecko Eye here. Other options are Tiny House with a bunch of stuff, or the Runic Dome, which will give us more energy but prevent us from seeing what our enemies are doing. Tend to dislike the Dome here. Our artifact will not block the confusion of the Snecko Eye. It's just how the eye is coded. You can't block it. You can remove it with orange pellets, but you cannot block it. It's true, we did take 1 claw. The claw will be a bit of a downside, but the huge draw with our high-cost cards will help us a lot. Could be a reasonable dome, actually. Starting to do some good draw stuff. More energy would definitely help. You know, I actually quite like this with Runic Dome. Now that I think about it a little bit more. The extra energy is going to make it much easier to use the Shuriken. Let's do it. Take the extra energy at the start of every turn. Say heck no to that Snecko. Probably go this way, because look at all these juicy elites and fires. Deck would definitely appreciate some more upgrades. Upgrade capacitor, upgrade electro, upgrade everything. And we can get removals at stores, which I do also value pretty highly here. Let's start with this store. Go from there. Chosen always attacks for 6 times 2 on turn 1, at least on low ascension. And then they hex on turn 2, which will block with our artifacts. On turn 3, they do some kind of debuffing move. Either attacking for 12 with vulnerable, or draining our strength from us. Not quite a kill. This turn they attack again. We're up to 24 or so. Easy. Back up to full HP, no problem. Barrage Plus is here, and I love it. With, now that we have good orb gen and extra orb slots, this hits heckin' hard, especially with Shuriken. I think the cool-headed is also pretty good. But I'm gonna take this Barrage. Oh, hell yes! This is the store we've been waiting for. Data Disc for +1 focus, Defrag for a power that gives plus focus, Chill for more orb generation, strike removal, you name it. We're good here. I think I would even appreciate the Abacus is pretty good. The Panic button is really good. The Master strategy is really good. I would spend like 600-700 gold here. Fortunately, we only have 400. But let's start with Data Disc. 1 focus. Take the on sale Chill for more frost orbs. Remove card. Add a defrag. Call it a day. Which means no panic button, no master strategy. That's fine. power that gave you one artifact at the beginning of each turn. That'd be pretty hot. That would naturally counter certain certain debuffs like the Wraithform one and the Bias Cog one, even if you played them first. Be really good with Flex on Ironclad. Yeah, there's definitely ways to abuse that. Pretty good. I want a turbo? I don't think so, not with the dome. We took energy in relic form so that we don't need it in card form. So let us not do that. Let's go for 3 elites. Okay, this is not the draw I was looking for. Let's... Colorless Potion. Yes, Apotheosis is good. It doesn't really help us here. Oh, it might get me a kill on turn 1 on one of them. Those don't even do anything. Alright, fine. Very rude. They always attack for 11 on turn 1 and on turn 2. Start doing stuff on turn 3 that's different. Zero cost upgraded block's pretty good. I also really like Go for the Eyes. It can tell us if enemies are attacking, as well as being a zero cost attack for the Nunchaku Shuriken thing. Take the Go for the Eyes. That's super useful information here. Another chance at regret. Fascinating. Go to this. You could take all the money and go to this store. Let's see, that would put us at basically 375 gold. We'd have like 300 bucks to spend at a store. Or we take 200, or just take 100 and get an elite. I'd rather take the money and go to a store later. Yeah, we found the same shrine twice, once in Act 1 and once in Act 2. You can't find it twice in the same acts, but you can find it twice across multiple acts. Okay, we know one of them is attacking us, because Go for the Eyes is glowing. That's the cheaty magical power of Go for the Eyes. Was the Centurion good? Hit for 10, and the Mystic boofed. I did enough damage. Okay, Mystic is not healing on this turn. She can't heal 3 turns in a row. I assume they're both attacking me. Not good. It's going pretty well. Get him, Calendar! Another barrage being offered. Interesting. That's kind of hot. Double barrage shuriken deck. Could also see this loop plus being pretty good. Been a little bit averse to loop lately, but this is definitely a situation where it's great, because we have automatic focus from Data Disk, and we have a free upgrade on it. Our end of act boss is Automaton. Really leaning towards this barrage over the loop. Trust that feeling. Loop was good, though. Just to be clear. Okay, first up, the slavers. I don't need to wonder what they're doing. We know what they're doing. They're all attacking me. Good for them. Oh, that was Dex Pot, wasn't it? Yeah, that was. Good points. It's 4. Would have been an exactly perfect block, too. Cute. Draw Orb Gen. Yes. This feels like an appropriate moment for a regen or energy potion here. Okay. We're doing 8 to all. These are 18 each, so yes, that'll double barrage kills you. Blind you. Self-repair down. Hey, not too bad as far as slavers fights go. Get a bag of marbles, applying a vulnerable to all enemies on turn 1, and we're offered an upgraded hologram to get stuff out of the discard pile, get back orb generating cards, get back block cards, get back go for the eyes, you name it. I really like this. Self-repair later, because the fight was gonna... those enemies were gonna die from lightning orbs pretty quick. There was very unlikely to be a later. Ouch. Ouch, Mr. Snake Plant. Ouch. Okay, Snake Plant can't attack 3 times in a row, so this is an off turn. Very good one, though. Keep 3 Frost Orbs here. Now we're actually immune to the plant. A 25 block per turn. Capacity potion's okay. Skim Plus is a ton of card draw. I like Skim Plus. We're gonna have 5 energy in elite fights after all. Pretty cool. I could get behind another Frost Orb as well, but I'd rather have a Cool-Headed. Let's just draw lots of cards. There's a Blood Vial healing us 2 at the start of each combat. No chance at turning that into bites. Helpful, but I don't think necessary. Let's take the Sapphire Key. Are you attacking me? Find out. No, good. Their Gun Leader's pretty tough with the Runic Dome. We don't know if the leader is attacking or not on each turn. It can make our life very challenging here. Okay, I'm actually gonna hologram our Go for the Eyes so that I can hit the leader. They are attacking us. That's very good knowledge. Okay. So we know that the leader is attacking for 7 times 3 after weaken here. So we actually full block this way. Very cheeky go for the eyes use there. That's ultimately why we picked up that card. Able to do nonsense like that. Good job, Skim. Run away. Get the tiny chest. Every fourth question mark room is a treasure room. That might do something once. I will take an upgraded Cold Snap. Another Frost Orb, which we definitely appreciate. And another upgraded attack for the Nunchaku Shuriken value. Let's also upgrade our orb slots. As we approach the Act 2 boss, we're going to need to be able to really scale up a little bit, and Capacitor Plus with Defragment Plus and 2 Barrages, I think, is going to be that scaling that we need. 3 Slavers return. It's kind of the same deal. We draw almost exclusively Blonkage here. Get an extra energy out of the Nunchaku. We're blocking 28, which should be a full block with Weaken. Hold the orbs. But, wow, a lot of damage. Just kill you. Dang. Boat Thingy gives us block on turn 3 and the Focus Potion for up to 2 points of focus. Very good. We want to reinforce Body. Kind of awkward with Dome, but really good with lots of energy. I think we'd prefer to keep our block orb related so that we can avoid needing to know if the enemy's attacking or not. So let's skip there. You, make more orbs. Okay, again, Chosen attacking on turn 1 in this fight. Let's do it this way, I suppose. And then hexing us on turn 2. Zippity zappity. Uh-oh. Slight mistakes may have been made. Wait. We're good. Upgraded Compounder. Perfect. More draw, more damage, more attack spam. Good. Reprogram's kind of interesting with the artifact, right? We could upgrade this and use it to gain strength and dex without actually losing focus. Up to 2 times. It's actually not bad. It does require an upgrade. I think we'll be better with the Compulder. If this was upgraded, though, I think I would take it. Instead, we're going to keep upgrading other stuff. Go for the eyes upgraded. Not helpful against bronze automaton, but definitely helpful for heart, for example. I'm going to leave this in the discard pile, so I can hologram it. Sad turn 1. To be hologrammed, though. Fully block bronze automaton's attack this turn. Times 2. This turn, they're not attacking. They attack again next turn. A Core Surge. So, 12 times 2, 24 damage here. Hyper Beam is next turn. Let's do this. I don't think I can play that 3 times. We'll have to take a little bit of a hit here. Not too bad, though. We're blocking 35, 40, with incoming damage being 58. So we only take a little bit here. In fact, I'm probably just going to play this, so we can speed this fight along. And Stone Calendar helps us kill next turn. Ow. GG. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Bias Cog is the card we've been kind of waiting for to really bring this deck together. It's an immense amount of focus. 4 points of focus. There's a debuff attached at the start of your turn, lose 1 focus, but that's blocked by any source of artifacts. We start with one, and we have another one available with the Core Surge, and that should allow us to very consistently play this for the full value. Take the Fear Pot over the bronze. Oh man, and we're offered Inserter Blackstar Pandora's Box. Wow. Pandora's is 7 transforms, losing quite a few stinky cards. Getting who knows what in return. Blackstar for extra relics off elites, pretty good, although not that good at the end of Act 2, I don't think. The Inserter generating additional orb slots, also pretty good. Very good with our double barrages, very good with our huge focus gain. I think this Inserter is excellent overall. But is it better than a Pandora's Box? Not sure. Not sure. I think the 2 barrages make me want to go Inserter here. If nothing else, we're going to have some really satisfying sound effects play for us with the Inserter. Is it better than never drawing Strike again? That is, of course, the question, right? But we can get rid of a few more strikes. We can get rid of stuff. Hell, I can even go to 3 shops this act and remove 3 strikes, and then we'll never draw a strike again anyway. How about that? So go to 1, 2, 3. We can get a guaranteed tiny chest proc too. Good. That on 9. Don't think we need a defrag, truly. I do like a charge battery plus for just a flat 10 block.
It looks like we've got our work cut out for us, Commander.
But I think we have focus covered with the bias cog and the defrag. Vegetable Bread, thank you so much for that very generous raid. Welcome on in, everybody, to the party. And the Ghost, thank you so much for the 7 months. That tier 1 sub. Starting to think this isn't a claw deck. That's blasphemy, sir. Claw deck? No, no, no. I'm gonna lose the defend. Winding Halls, offering us madnesses that I don't think I want. Max. The claw! Maybe it is a claw deck. Maybe it is. The bottled lightning here to let me start combat with any skill in my opening hand. Isn't that good? No X-Cost cards. Let's cut a strike. More shops coming up. Another one here, right? Not currently committed to going to. But I want to. Double Orb Walkers, challenging us for a rare relic and a lot of cash. Definitely give these nerds a fight. They do a lot of damage very quickly, so you gotta be careful. Gots to be careful. Sure would be nice if I could draw my Orb Gen. There we go. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Didn't even end up deciding to use any potions. Get 10 of our health back, and the turnip, making us immune to frail, which is pretty good. Another claw on offer here, or another go for the eyes for some more weaken. I think I actually prefer that to the second claw here. Cat Mash, thank you so much for the 31 months. Closing in on those 3 full years since I started streaming. Hot dang. It says plus. Wait, they all said plus. What do you mean they all say plus? Who's attacking me? The middle one's guaranteed to be attacking. One is also attacking. Can't quite fully block here. Ow! That was maximum damage turn. Unfortunately. It's Electro at the very bottom. Spooky. A little spooky. See you later, Chicken Man Phil. Pleasure having you drop by as ever. Got a chest here. Centennial Puzzle draws us cards the first time we take damage. And the Mummified Hand makes stuff in hand free whenever we play a power. Very good. Shop at which to remove a strike. I see that we've also got a Dead Branch whenever we exhaust a card, adding a random card to our hand. Currently only Chill exhausts and Core Surge. That's it. Not a lot of exhaust. Wouldn't mind 7 more HP on this Strawberry, quite frankly. Dark Shackles is okay, although worse with Runic Dome. Definitely content to simply continue removing cards. Ensure that we draw as few starter cards as possible. Spoon also an option, potentially preserving exhausting cards. Again, Chill and Core Surge. That's it. I'm just going to stop there. Save money for this shop. We're being attacked this turn. We know we're drawing bias Cognix turn, so we can play the Core Surge safely. Because they go for the eyes, weakened Giant Head, we know we're not being debuffed here. We should be able to outscale this fight pretty easily with 8 points of focus. Or 7. 7 points of focus, excuse me. Once that countdown hits 0, Giant Head starts attacking for 40 damage. Base per turn. That increases by 5 every turn, so 40, then 45. Then 50, then 55, so on. So this attack is base 40 right now, although weakened down to 30. We're gonna slaughter them. Easily destroyed. We get an Art of War, giving us extra energy if we play no attacks on our turn, and we're offered a 3rd Core Surge, which is kind of spicy. Make it easier to line up our bias cog, maybe? Although it shouldn't really be a problem. Third compile is an option too. This FTL helps a little bit with the nunchaku thingy as well. Let's just take one more surge. Just make sure that we don't have a weird draw order or something. Reptomancer. Reptomancer herself never attacks on turn 1. Those daggers sure do. Attacking? No. Okay. Easy fight. Question card is definitely a little bit late. I guess we'll get one more card option in the Spire Spear and Spire Shield fight. I will definitely happily take a Glacier Plus, channeling 2 Frost Orbs, and I'm thinking about Speed Potion with this many sources of artifacts. Although I really like our current potion setup. 5 decks would be hella good. I think we're not going to need the block. We'll skip. There's orange pellets. Whenever you play a power attack and a skill in the same turn, remove all your debuffs. Only problem being, I think we block all the debuffs in the first place. So, what are we removing exactly? Not sure. Blizzard is here, although I think we scale much better with the barrages. I think the Ornithopter is pretty good, healing us 5 when we use a potion, especially with Entropic Brew, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 30 hit points in the current relic bar. So I think Ornithopter is excellent. And I think another card removal is also excellent. Won't be able to afford removals at both of the next stores if I do that, though. So perhaps we save our final removal for the next act. Next removal will be 175. Won't have enough for that. Could go for Master Strategy, too. That's quite good. Cards draw. Always welcome. It's about the same price as a card removal. Similarly good. Definitely taking the Ornithopter. So do I go Master Strategy, or would I rather save the money for the next shop? Let's take the card draw. Do it. And since we took it, we can upgrade it so that it's 4. I think that'll make it a lot better. Yeah, Donu and Deka are bosses that do not have any randomness in their attack pattern. Deka always attacks for 12 times 2 on a turn 1, while Donu buffs the strength of both of them. And that pattern continues. Oh, what a sweet, sweet turn overall here. Got really set up on turn 1 there. So on this turn, Donu's attacking for now 15 times 2 with 3 points of strength. And that'll go back and forth for a while. That one bigger, better turn with Art of Warring. Any relics to set up for next act? No. Wow, this deck is hella strong now. Well, I guess, technically Nunchaku would have been a thing to set up. Whatever. So strong, it doesn't even matter! Two thump, but deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all these orb slots? You charge your orbs to their morbs and beat that heart up. Don't need to rest for 1 HP. Let's upgrade. We could upgrade Chill, actually, to get some Frost Orbs on turn 1 against Spire Spear and Spire Shield. That sounds pretty good. Otherwise, we're upgrading, like, Equilibrium for 3 block, or maybe a energy upgrade on Zap or Dualcast. Do Chill. Several things that might have been nice here. Toolbox for stuff on turn 1. Boot thingy giving 14 block on turn 2. Overall, not unhappy with what we chose to do with the previous shop, though. Nothing here that I want. I think our current potions are better than the potions in the shop. I don't think I want another Cold Snap. I think we're good as we are. Let's go. Onwards and forwards to glory. Okay, not sure if Spire Shield is attacking us on turn 1 or not. Let's just start with an Electro here. That card draw. We're being attacked for up to 33. If Spire Shield attacks on turn 1, it's 21 when we're not facing them. And then Spire Spear always does 6 times 2 on turn 1. So Glacier wouldn't be a poor choice, but it doesn't get a lot of damage done for us. We'll go block heavy. Deck is very good at blocking. We were being attacked. Good. That means this turn we're being attacked for 10 times 4 from Spire Spear. We'll take some damage from that. It's okay. Take 5 here. I think with the bias cog, everything's gonna be fine now. Everything. Cool. Spire Spear is buffing. Shield may or may not be attacking here. We'll do the damage to the Spear, though, since the shield has block. Dang. Those barrages, though. Easily dispatching those enemies. Pick up a Lantern for energy on turn 1 and a second Glacier Plus. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds awesome. And our current potions are amazing too. Sweet. This heart is not going to stand much of a chance, I don't think. It's okay to take Beat of Death damage here. We do heal from our potions anyway. And we'll also draw 3 off of the Centennial Puzzle. So let's just start with one of our powers. Okay, we're already blocking vulnerable here. I think we're going to hold on to the or Surge. Also lets me hold on to Go for the Eyes for guaranteed weaken. That's a good idea. Lock On is a great card, Mirror Twin, whenever you need additional orb damage against any single target. I really like it against Hearts with either Lightning or Dark builds, and I think it's great against bosses in general, if you're doing a lot of damage with your orbs. Okay, it's time for potions. Oh, we got another focus potion? Incredible. 4 free focus, thanks. Thanks. All that for next turn. It's feeling like a really good fight so far. Only get weaken applied, thanks to Turnip. So this attack is either 33 if it's the big hit, or 1 times 15 if it's the multi-hit. So we may take a small amount of damage. Yeah, just 4 here. Easy. Going really well. Okay, this feels like a Swift Potion, though. This turn, very much. It's better. Maximum orb capacity has been met. Good job, us. We did it! Double breath. 90! So much damage. Get 'em, Stone Calendar. GG. EG. What a beautiful run that that got to by the end. Tons of orbs, tons of orb slots, lots of frost. It's a good deck. GG. GG, everybody. Entropic Brew definitely helping that out with the potion slots, too. All in all, a good run. Alrighty, that's not gonna do it for me yet, though. I've got at least one more run of Slay the Spire in me on this ladder streak challenge. Next up is that glorious Purple Lady, the Watcher, on Ascension 7. But before we dive on into a run with her, I'm going to take a quick break, refill my water, stretch my legs. When I return, we'll see if the Purple Lady can get there with the collar. Be right back, everyone. Alright everybody, we are back! Thank you so much for the patience while I took care of myself for a second there. It's time for another run, so let's dive on into it with the Watcher. "70 seeds to find ourselves a Slaver's Collar. As ever, giving us bonus energy during boss and elite fights. We could go as many as 4 elites this act if we're willing to be particularly brave. No upgrades along the way. It'd be more reasonable to go to this upgrade and try to fight 1, 2, 3 of them. That seems way more reasonable. Oh, this is interesting. What is this? 3 elites into 3 fires and 2 shops at the back half. That's weird. I don't like that. Looking at it, I feel most comfortable getting this upgrade going into 3 elites here. Achium Misting? Let me know if I pronounced that correctly. Thank you so much for that tier 1 sub. Welcome to the sub club and thanks for that channel support. There he is. I think I like the 3 or 4 elite route up the left better. Now let's go here to start. So, Watcher. She's got powerful stance-changing mechanics. Vigilance puts us in calm stance, which is blue. Calm doesn't do anything on its own, but when you leave Calm, you'll gain 2 energy, and then Wrath Stance, which is red, given by Eruption. Causes you to both deal and receive double attack damage from enemies. Doubling your strikes is a really powerful thing to do early on as Watcher. So kind of timing the entering and exiting of the stances is a good thing. Bowling Bash versus Consecrate. Love a first pick Bowling Bash. This just shuts down multi-enemy fights, particularly the 3 sentries, who Watcher has a really hard time with. Consecrate serves a kind of similar role, doing damage to all enemies for 0 energy. It's got a very good upgrade. +3 to all. I'm going to take the Bowling Bash. We have 4 energy during elite fights, but we've got to be mindful of what's going to prepare us for said elite fights. Making Eruption upgraded right now with a 1 cost is good. I think transforming a Defend could be reasonable too. But this feels like an act that will benefit immensely from with an early upgrade. We could maybe even go 4 elites if we do that. So do I now go this way? Let's take the slightly gentler path. I don't want to die in Act 1 like I almost did on that defect or Silent Run? Silent Run. Played a little conservatively. But only a little bit. Important number to kind of memorize with Watcher. Strikes do 9 when you're in Wrath and Weakened. Comes up a lot in Act 1. Love, love, love a Wheel Kick here, dealing 15 damage and drawing 2 cards. That'll be an excellent upgrade for 20 damage. It's a big hit, and it draws cards, which will be great for elite fights when we have 4 energy, as well as for boss fights. So I really like this card with the color already. Halt is kind of nice block if you've got multiple Wrath sources. With only 1, I think it's a bit early. Take the Wheel Kick. Wheel Kick does make me wish I had taken the Consecrate over the Bowling Bash, but that's fine. And we get potions too. An Entropic Brew with 3 potion slots. Now we're just going to crush through everything this act. And speed this up a little bit. Because everybody gonna die. Eruption Strike is 9 plus 24, 33 damage. Do we take a Prostrate? Our first mantra. Also decent zero-cost block. Good against Guardian. If you gain 10 mantra, you enter Divinity Stance, which immediately gives you 3 energy and causes you to deal triple damage for the rest of the turn. Mantra is definitely best if you start taking it early and invest a little bit into it upgrade-wise. Let's pick up this Prostrate and see if we can't find additional mantra pieces to work towards. Takeaways about the Slaver's Collar, definitely being reminded that we need to be a little bit cautious when it comes to the non-elite fights. As without the bonus energy, these combats can be really damaging to us. Another chance at Consecrate or a Third Eye, which is block and scry, letting us look at the top however many cards of the draw pile and discarding that many. I think Third Eye is one of the best cards to start building your Watcher deck around. Being able to set up your damage stuff in the draw pile, being able to ensure that you have your exits when you need them. Really like Third Eye. Alright, our first elite shouldn't be too hard again with 4 base energy here. Is a knob, but I think our draw order was good. Probably have like Eruption Wheel Kick soon. Yes, we do. Do have Eruption Wheel Kick, so I have 6 energy to spend this turn. Let's see, this is 49... 61... If we draw Bowling Bash off of Wheel Kick, we'll kill. Let's see what happens. We got there. Easy. Perfect knob fight. Pick up a Peace Pipe, letting us remove cards at rest sites. Ooh. Early toking. We've seen a lot of Peace Pipes in the last few runs. Omniscience Halt Crescendo. Omniscience lets us play a card in the draw pile twice. Don't have any good targets for it yet, but I'm sure we'll find some. Excuse me. Hogni Runar, thank you so much for the 13 months. "13th element on the periodic table off the top of my head. Oxygen's 8, right? Sodium is 11. Magnesium is 12? What the hell is next to magnesium? I feel like I knew this once. Jackalow, thank you so much for the 9 months. Sub baby get. Aluminum, of course. Aluminum is next. Howdy, fast-ass panda. Aluminum or aluminium, depending on whether you're in British or American English. I don't know if that I like this Omniscience. It's a really early one, though. Crescendo is also decent for some Retaining Wrath. I'm gonna take the Omniscience. Omniscience can do some cool stuff, and we'll go Flex Pot over Ancient Pot here. Early Prayer Wheel is awesome. Normal enemies drop an extra card reward, dramatically increasing the benefit we get from fighting non-elites here. This is a great turn. Bonk. And Omniscience for strike does not kill, right? How rude. Use either the Flex Pot or the Blunk Pot. Let's use the Flex Pot. Scoring ourselves Thread and Needle. Feels like it's been forever since I've seen this particular rare relic. 3 rares in a row, by the way. 4 plated armor is 4 block per turn. I love a Deceive Reality. Oh, that might be too much block. Safeties are such good cards with their retaining blunk. So good. Try to split next turn. Next turn. Double Entropic Brew. And more mantra. Worship gives us 5 mantra and upgrades to retain and another prostrate to go with it. Oh my god. We're there. It's also a really good omniscience target, the worship, because it'll instantly put us into divinity. Wow. Oh my. We are become divine. Now we just need some retaining damage to go with the divinity, but we'll get those from our prayer wheel. It's about to become a very big deck. Although Priest Pipe will help keep it small, maybe. Honk. Devil Form if we want more energy. I think the Foresight will help us navigate this deck much better, though. Devil Form of good omniscience target. And there's the Battle Hymn somebody called. Start if you turn out a Smite to your hand, that's perfect with what we're doing. Deck is almost complete already. In that case. Although we're lacking front load pretty badly. Starting to work towards wanting a Judgment, in fact. But I will take Battle Hymn and I will take Foresight. More powers for the deck. So many good upgrades. Prostrate gets us to Divinity in a single cycle. I think that's the most important upgrade for now. And then we're going to probably start toking? Question mark? Not sure. Oh, poor Lagavulin. Oh, poor Lagavulin. Double Battle Hymn, please. Yes. Wakey, wakey. Mr. Egg. Divinity Stance, get. Each of these smites does, count them, 36 damage. GG. GG. Wait a minute, that's illegal. Can't do that. Sir? Sir? My only regret is that I can't upgrade everything. I guess if we have to get a lesson learned and then I can't upgrade everything and remove everything, that would be perfect. And stop adding cards for now. Whetstone will upgrade 2 random attacks. Hopefully Bowling Bash, but probably just 2 strikes, which is fine. Maybe like a Do Consecrate. Yeah, doesn't feel worth it. We already got the... We don't need to protect when we have a Deceive Reality. Those are basically the same card. Yeah, 2 strike upgrades, that's fine. We'll actually appreciate those being upgraded. And I'll remove the other ones, probably. Keep the current potions. Lose... Fighting Guardian, I'll lose a strike. Could be a good, good deck to take Empty Cage with, I think. How do we do in this fight if I double... Foresight? Scry 6 at the start of each turn. This turn. 16... 20, 32, take just a little bit. This is also a reasonable block potion. Let me get down the battle hymn here. This way. Actually guaranteed to see Prostrate plus next turn. Just gotta discard everything. Perfect. Excellent. Back into Divinity if I wish it. I do wish it. Easy fight. Jeer. Thanks for playing, Guardian. Oh man, we are offered a devotion. At the start of our turn, gain 2 mantra. Not only is this a very good omniscience target, it just works really well with the double prostrate worship thing. Alpha could pair reasonably well with omniscience too. Though I think with the divinity in the deck already, we don't want that. If a form again for energy, but divinity for energy. Let's take the devotion. Definitely behind on upgrades now, but might not matter. If we want to get ahead on upgrades, we can take the Astrolabe, transform and upgrade 3 cards. I see we're also looking at a Runic Pyramid, allowing us to retain our hand every turn. That's very powerful here. Alpha is extremely slow. It's possible to make it fast with enough scry and card drawn energy. But yeah, it is quite slow, generally speaking. I really like the prostrates with the pyramid, in particular. Just helps ensure that we always get the divinity on the turn we need. But transforming strike and 2 defends is also a pretty good feeling here. This is a tough choice. Generally speaking, I find it very hard to refuse a Runic Pyramid. Deeply curious what Astrolabe contains. Battle Hymn is definitely a little awkward with the Pyramid. I don't think we're going to find a problem with it, though. Hell, we could even, yeah, we could even go ectoplasm. The additional energy would be nice. Go with the pyramid. Good stuff. This definitely feels like a deck that wants multiple removals, and I'm happy to pay for them at 2 shops. Yeah, just cut. Cut strike, cut defend, feel good about life. Yes. Yes, please. We're also going to be offered a ton of cards. Again, Prayer Wheel generating enormousness. Really appreciating the additional little bit of block from the Red Needle here, keeping us ahead of these enemies quite decisively. The lineup. Bonk. Easy. Nothing upgraded. Crescendo's upgraded, but I don't want an upgraded Crescendo. I think I'm just going to ignore everything that doesn't say a plus on it. Unless it's maybe a rare card or something. Away! That potion. Nah. Fasting is here. 3 Entropic Brews. Glorious. Take more max HP here. The waffle is 7 max HP for only 150 gold. I'm actually quite happy with the Smooth Stone. We have a lot of cards that say block on them, and adding 1 to all of them would be very impactful. And we can afford Oddly Smooth Stone and 2 card removes. Let's do it. Let's take that Smooth Stone. Are we ever toking Eruption? Maybe soon. See, I think Prayer Wheel means we want to go combat over event here. For the bonus reward. Don't want that. Or that. Go kick, though. Avoid playing the strike. I would like to hit one bird 3 times to knock it out of the air. If possible. Let's see, Bowling Bash is going to help with that. Automatically go Divine at the start of the next turn. Get him. Empty Body. I mean, we're not really concerned with exiting our stance since we're doing Divinity, which exits itself automatically. Likewise, Inner Peace putting us in Calm is kind of in the same deal. We don't need it. I'm happy to skip here. We're doing just fine as we are. This is one of those decks that could definitely win by getting smaller rather than larger. Ouch. Better. Sneaky snake plant. Okay, that says plus on it, and it's 11 block, which is worth considering. For Blasphemy. Instant Divinity. Die next turn. I'll happily take an upgraded Evaluate here. 10 block and an Insight that draws 2. Why? Membership card and Preserved Insect both here. We'll go ahead and take Membership card, giving us a 50% discount on all products moving forward. It's enough to also still remove a card, which is really good. I don't think we need the Battle Hymn upgrade too much here. The deck is small enough, we'll see it early on anyway. And it's a decent Omniscience target sometimes. Can't quite afford the Insect, we're 8 gold short. Would have bought that alongside otherwise. Couple defends here. Relying more on the Prostrates, Evaluate and Deceive for our block, hopefully. Tempted to Omniscience Bowling Bash with the Flex Potion. Feel like that'll help that much. Instead we'll go block 11 plus 14. It's 25, 29. We'll take a little bit here. I'm okay at never playing the Omniscience in hallway fights, honestly. Much rather upgrade Devotion first. Let's see what's in the draw pile. Not Omniing Worship. Ooh, Duke Pot. Good. Okay, I'm just gonna Duke Pot Worship then. Make my life nice and easy here. This is not a bad Snecko Oil either. There we go. Easy. Orichalcum gives us block if we enter turn without any. That could be helpful sometimes. Any card that says draw on it without a condition, Cut Through Fate, Empty Mind, Wheel Kick, Scrawl. Name a few. Jax could give us strength. We can transform 2 cards, turning them into different cards. Or we can gain strength on turn 1 from the mutagenic strength. I think I'm going to transform here. I think it's time we get rid of Eruption. Transform Eruption, transform Defend, see what we end up with. Don't think our turn 1s are frequently enough good with plus strength, and I don't think the Jax serves us well either. We get another Devotion? Hell yeah. And a Wallop, letting us gain block equal to the damage dealt by the Wallop. So good. So very good. Go towards this Burning Elite. Turnip's great. Immunity to Frail? I mean, we're doing a lot of our block with block cards, so that'll help a lot against Heart, and hell, against Collector. And I am going to try to take out the Burning Elite here. We've got good enough potions for that. Excuse you. Got 9, incoming 18. Okay, we have Divinity when we need it. Let's get some stuff down here. Really like this fight with Runic Pyramid because the dazed in the draw pile don't matter so much when you're able to just retain stuff. And we can scry them away, too. For bonus points. What do you mean you're attacking for 21? What? That's illegal. Bird. Some hand clog during the regular fights, but it's okay. While I was in that fight, Shucksy Doodles, thank you so much for the Prime sub and those 2 hacking months of support. And Fluffy Parts, thank you so much for the 10 months, just 2 more to that full year. Transform results was Devotion and Wallop. It was really good. Chance at Alpha. If we want any of this. Not even the upgraded battle hymn, you heard me. Sid will face off against the Book of Stabs, who is attempting to get double devotioned on turn 1. The great cards next turn. We're very good at this. Go battle him. And Esquire Snowbird, thank you so much for the Prime sub and those 2 months of support. As well. Commence the boopening. In fact, I'm going to Omni Wheel Kick for the big damage. Boop. 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 Alright, so that was Regenerating Book of Stabbing, ladies and gentlemen. Good fight. Sash Whip says plus on it. Can apply some weaken for us. It's okay. I think I'd rather have a wave of the hand. But we need more attacks in general. I guess I'll take that. I think my priority from here is just getting devotions upgraded. Yes, you can Omniscience Powers. Powers are some of the best Omniscience targets, as a general rule. I think what's really carrying this run so far is the prayer wheel giving us extra card rewards. So that we can find the upgraded stuff, and so that we can have such a developed deck so early. We've been able to look at so many cards. Plus we got Pyramid too, like, crazy good. Pick one event. Let's do one. Halt! Today is the day I must settle the score with the murderer of my beloved pet Noodles. 4 Noodles! We win the bet, scoring ourselves 250 gold with the membership card. We are filthy rich. Thank you, Noodles. For your brave sacrifice. Or whatever. Let's see. A boss relic that only gave you Metallicize. How much Metallicize would it need to be? Less than 15. Something like... $8 feels about right. Yeah, 8 feels about right. Something close to that. Might not be exactly 8. 24. Bonk. Oh, get destroyed, lady. Bonk. Man, this deck is fun. Like just going into Divinity all the time. Or Mantra with a Prey? Prey feels unnecessary. I mean, we have so much Mantra already. Get these devotions upgraded now. First one counts the most because it's a an opportune omniscience target suddenly. Easy enough to stack oil here? No. We can be patient in this fight. Incoming damage is 35. 14 plus 21. Only blocking 9. 20. 35. We have Divinity here. Now we can bop some minions, we can blonk with a wallop. 36. It's exactly the wrong amount of damage for smites to do here. The unfortunate. Something like that. Feels good. Let's have Divinity now and next turn. Now we're getting 5 mantra per turn with 6 current mantra. We immediately go into Divinity here. Easy. And Divinity again next turn. GG. This deck is so clean. Really like it. Do we add more devotions? I don't think so. I think we would rather have a Vault here. Vault is going to increase our mantra by activating the devotions. It'll generate a battle hymn. It'll make Foresight scry as well. Vault works with so many of the Watcher's powers that affect her on a per-turn basis. So I really like this Vault. And then mostly what we're looking for from our boss is an energy relic of any kind. Lose the Snecko Whale. Well, when I said of any kind, I didn't want Velvet Choker, actually. Should have clarified. I'm down for a empty cage here. Just dunk 2 more starter cards from this deck. I think that would be good. I have done Omniscience Vault. You only get 1 extra turn, because as soon as you play the first Vault, your turn ends, and the second Vault does not go off, but sometimes it's the right move anyway. Just need the extra turn. If you have more than 10 mantra per turn with Devotion, well, you go into Divinity every single turn, as you'd expect. Good stuff. Just gonna dunk every single starting card. I like it. Yeah. Gold with the membership card, not bad either here with the tiny house, but our potion slots are full. I don't think the random upgrade would be that good. Who needs it? Okay, so 3 base energy going into Act 3 I think will be a bit of a challenge, but the quick and early divinities that we can pull off, I think we'll change that a bit. Are there any upgrades that I feel are decidedly necessary? I think we should go to an early shop to take advantage of Cashola. Got lots of it. Hey, yo, Midnight Heart. We've almost removed everything that I want to remove. I think we can upgrade the Vault and the Omniscience now, maybe. Getting the Omniscience upgraded is a good idea. Could go for like 4 elites, 3 elites. I think I'm more likely to go fewer elites and more like fires and upgrades and stuff. Let's start over here. Devotion upgrade feels hilarious! That's one way to describe it. Let me take 1. Fine, I'll just take 1. Divinity. And then I vault. No. Follow-up plus could be quite nice on our low energy here. About that for a second. Yeah, I like that more than I like the Bowling Bash. It's free! Free is the correct price. is so cool. Holding bash. Again, not even looking at things that aren't upgraded at this point. We get so many card rewards that we get to look at. There's no need. Take this regen potion. To the store! Feels like we kind of want an Art of War. A little bit. Fools think you can kill me? Oh, that actually didn't kill. I'm the fool, then. Double regen potion. Potentially a lot of healing. A Just Lucky Plus is not useless, but I wouldn't call it a lot better than useless. Oh, double regen pots. That sounds lovely. Second Omniscience is here, letting us chain those together in proper style. And Ceasing Top and Abacus is kind of cute. Abacus in general is great here. Whenever you shuffle the draw pile, gain 6 block. This deck is definitely very good at doing that. Especially with how many the cards exhaust. 1, 2, 5, 6. Yeah. Could take a lesson learned to upgrade some of these cards. It would be easy enough to remove, right? And simply toke it. Probably better to buy it than it is to not do that. So yeah, why don't we buy this lesson learned? I'm sure we can make it work. It'll only be in the deck for a short while, but it'll help us upgrade everything. I can also take Omniscience and Abacus and a card remove. Sounds great. Definitely not too late for lesson learned in this case. Like, let's just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 upgrades. Again, the only price to remove it is 1 campsite. So as long as it's getting more than like 2 or 3 upgrades, it's going to be worth it for this deck because of Peace Pipe. Let's remove some unupgraded cards now that I don't want in the end game. Master Reality with the Smites and with the Insight is decent. I wouldn't call it particularly good, though. It's, this card is mostly good with the Dead Branch, or with Nilry's Codex, other relics that can generate a lot of cards for you. Very, very good with Dead Branch. Might even say too good. Uh-oh, are you here to punish me for not taking Omamori? Let's see. Take your small damages for the moment. Enemy changes their attack intent every time they receive unblocked attack damage. Can get good or can get bad, depending. Sweet, get Devotion upgraded, we get Instant Divinity with this Ambrosia. Collect could make energy for us. Another Wallop. Definitely want to take an Ambrosia here. For sure. Try to use the thingy in one of the next fights. Keep the recall now, actually. Don't feel the need for a Talk to the Hand. It's not really how we're doing the blunking. Again, Threadneedle making for perfect block. So many times that's happened. But yeah, this is our Potion fight, too. Omni Lesson Learned here is possible, but definitely difficult. Especially with the Exploder trying to explode on this turn. Prostrate here. Nice, good. Nine plus 9, we take 1. Or I can just kill you. Murdering sounds great. Foresight gets upgraded. Meditate could be nice for putting stuff back into our hand, but I'm not sure that we need one. Death on Heart or Mental Fortress for stance change? Ooh, good question, Dizda. I actually don't... I think Mental Fortress change goes first. I know very importantly that Feel No Pain is after Beat of Death, but I believe Mental Fortress is first. Also, this is a really unlikely thing to occur, but if you kill the heart with the move that changes your stance, then the Mental Fortress won't go off and you'll die to Beat of Death as you kill the heart. Because reasons. Hopefully that won't happen to you. I'm not going to take Meditate. It is pretty decent, though. Some hand space here. Emissary should not be a problem with the Runic Pyramid. So much nicer to have 5 energy, or 4 energy. Who knew? Who knew? Who could have possibly known? Wallop upgraded. Pentagraph heals us 25 at sort of boss combats. There's a fasting plus if we want one. That would actually be pretty hype. I think we're good, though. do want to go to another... No, I think I just want to go 3 fires here. Why? The remaining upgrades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Quite a few. Go this way. Let's go this way. Stop. Fights are upgrades, which is ultimately why we headed this way. Taxis? Good. Wait, but I have Divinity in hand. Easy. Bonk. Bolting gonna help me. Let me scry. Yeah. Oh, and we'll get Abacus Block. That actually did help. Oh, took one though. Rude. Scrawl is card draw. I like card draw. Oof, GG, Dizda. Sounds like a wild run there. Here. So here we can Omni shenanigans. Do Omni shenanigans. Ocean, double... Let's see, double prostrate. We're incoming 18. Prostrate would be 14. Take 1? Yeah, that's perfect. You fools. Not quite a kill, right? Actually, wait, it is a kill, right? 33 plus 27 plus 30 is exactly 90. Bonk. Who needs to deal with daggers? Not me! Not me. The Ancient Tea Set giving us 2 additional energy on turn 1 after visiting a rest site. Glowing Tesseract. I'll look at 3 cards here. Head is okay. Dark Shackles is excellent with Runic Pyramid. Don't really care for Flash of Steel or Swift Strike. Let's take a Dark Shackles, though. Happy for that one. It's enough money that I'll look at 2 shops. Vajra gives us a point of strength. Toolbox would be a card on turn 1. They're both acceptable for different reasons. We would like to remove another card. Strikeout. I'll take a toolbox. About Vajra. Not a lot, but it's something. Sure. Or strongitude, please. We'll definitely fight double orb walkers. Pretty difficult fight, but we get a lot of money and a rare relic. And a hand agreed. Heck yeah. Double heck yeah. $23... $44. No, don't get a kill with them. This is also not a fight that gives us extra energy with Slaver's Collar, unfortunately. Good order there. See. Hoping for prostrate here. Worst case scenario, we always have the ambrosia. Like we're in worst case scenario land. Can't quite get into Divinity. Really have the ability to play anything. Do it. Wow, that actually doesn't even solve my problem this turn. Entirely. I still cannot kill. Maybe he was supposed to... Omni? Can actually still get there with the stance potion. I want to save more health. We're good though. We have Pentagraph, we're healing anyway. But yeah, Omni Mollop might have actually been the play there. It's alright. Some money and a bird-faced urn, healing us 2 whenever we play a power card. We have 4 powers in a pretty small deck. That's quite nice. More stuff I don't want. Eventually going to remove the lesson learned. That'll bring us down to 20. Let's just get an upgrade here. On Vault. Alright, we have 4 energy in all of the remaining fights. Should help quite a bit. Let's go Omni Omni, double Devotion, double Battle Hymn? We can get 3 devotions down that way. We can secret technique for Vault here. Nine mantra per turn, please. Thanks. Guess we'll go Deca first, because reasons or whatever. Wow. Technically turn 1? By the way? GG. To thump, a deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? The source of all these upgrades. So we ultimately ended up getting like a half dozen upgrades from this lesson learned. I'm just gonna remove it now. It's done its job. Conjure Blade plus Chemical X, that's cute. War Paint would be 2 more upgrades. That's fairly excellent. We could take Purity here to let us deal with Heart's statuses. In a small deck like this, that could be quite useful. Get more energy from the Happy Flower, too. 88 gold to remove a card here? That's a lot. I'll take this War Paint. More upgrades, please. Upgrading Vigilance and Deceive Reality. And you know what? I will take Purity. Let's go. Let's go. King 1. Ideally using Dark Shackles next turn here. Perfect. Enjoy your shackles, sir. Almost enough to go back into Divinity here. Gonna Omni the Wheel Kick. Got him. Easy. Ornamental Fan will give us block if we play 3 attacks in 1 turn. Looks like we're good, though. Onwards. To the heart. Panic Button's a great one to have in this fight. Random 0-cost skills could be fun, too. Take a Panic Button. That'll help us protect ourselves. Oh, it's happening? It's happening! Let's do it. Omni, Omni, Double Devotion, Double Devotion. The start of your turn, gain 12 mantra. So note that we actually don't gain 2, like, rollover mantra, we just lose the extra. Kind of odd. Actually gonna leave Divinity right away. Can't play any attacks to make you weak. Okay. think that means I'm going to... take another turn here. Could get rid of Worship Wound with this Purity. The burn's not a big deal. That's more like it. I'll draw into the Dazed on purpose to get rid of it here. But I'm not ready to draw this Void. That's a lot of block, man. Out of Divinity, back into Divinity. Sweet to stay up. This is so good. G-E-Z, Mr. Hart. E-G. Alright, what was in the Entropic Brew? Thorns, Energy, Skill. GG. GG, everybody. GG. Not too shabby. Party like it's 1991, everybody. That's what we just did. We made so much money with the, wasn't ahead to read this run, but just having the membership card led to some serious cash moments. Really, really strong run overall. GG, everybody. GG. Yow, what has it been done? Spire sleeps. So shall I. GG now, and GG everybody. 4 very good ladder runs take us through today. It was a really cool one. Let's see, about 5.5 hours into stream. That is going to bring me to the end of the Slay the Spire content here. Big thank you to everybody who's joined me so far. For the last little bit of stream, I've got a sponsored piece of content lined up. Checking out Legends of Runeterra again through the Twitch bounty board. If you'd like to help support the stream, just sticking around and watching for the next hour or so would really help me out if you're interested and willing in doing that. Willing to do that, excuse me. Legends of Runeterra is a competitive CCG where you build decks and play against other players. They recently added a single-player mode called Labs to the game, and that's what I'm going to be checking out, a lot more kind of Slay the Spire style. I did check them out and make sure they were working today before we check it out, so I'm actually quite excited to check out the Labs in Runeterra. But that is what I'm going to be doing now. Again, if anybody who sticks around for the next hour or so will be massively supporting the stream, and I super appreciate it. Without further ado, let's kick it on over to some Legends of Runeterra here. There we go. All that. There we go. So, Legends of Runeterra! We've showed off this game a couple of times on stream before. I think I'll just dive right on into a lab here, and we can talk about what the core mechanics of the game are, what the decisions to make are, and see how it plays. So labs are a new section updated at the bottom here. I believe there's even a cooperative lab you can play with other players now. But I'm just going to try the regular style Lab of Legends, which is the single player content for this game. If labs kind of got you into Spire, well that's a good sign for the content we're about to check out. Choose a champion and challenge a gauntlet of increasingly powerful foes. Victories will earn us rewards that increase the strength of our cards. In completing boss battles, we'll refill our Nexus health. Get total victory with a champion to earn a unique icon. Well, I don't remember all the champions too much. I did kind of like the Piracy of Misfortune, but I guess you get to try with everybody. Each of these has a different starting deck and their own different cards that they can find from here. But let's play with Misfortune.
Sure you can handle me?
I'm sure. So we start with a set of cards here. Kind of pre-built deck, and we're also able to select a passive power. When you draw a card, give allies +1/+0 this round. That seems good. Unceasing Top. When your hand is empty, draw one. Or Trefarian Might. When you summon a 5+ power unit, it strikes the weakest enemy, immediately attacking. Not a lot of units are 5 power, though. I think Higher Education, although it's quite simple, seems pretty good. We draw a card every round, so that'll be all of our units getting +1 to their offense every single round. And more if we can draw additional cards. We have anything that draws cards? Doesn't look like it. But we do have a lot of weak units. So I think Higher Education's good. Let's try it. We also have 3 rerolls. We can reroll these starting things, and as we get different choices later, we'll still have that reroll option too. I'll try Higher Education here. Our first fight, some spooters. Spiders everywhere. Opponent gets a fleeting spiderling in their hand every turn. Let's begin, and I'll talk about the core mechanics of this game. The single-player content should be completely free. I don't believe you have to pay anything to play it. So, in Legends of Runeterra, you get a 4-card opening hand, and you essentially have a gambling chip. You're able to replace any number of that. Got a pretty good curve here, a 1 cost, a 2 cost, a 3 cost, and a 4 cost, so I'm actually just going to keep all of that. No idea if your collection affects single player, but playing single player will get you cards for your collection, that I can tell you. So, in Legends of Runeterra, we have a board where units are going to go. Play occurs. Each player, on each turn, each player goes back and forth playing at most 1 card, or initiating an attack. Only the player with the attack token can initiate, so on this turn, only I can attack, and the next turn, only the opponent can attack. Let's see, what are your keywords? Fearsome, can only be blocked by creatures with 3 or more power, and can only be blocked by an elusive unit. So this Prowling Cutthroat essentially cannot be blocked by anything, which means that it'll be really good at sneaking in and doing damage. That means if we attack with them, this enemy 1/1 Spiderling can't block, right? Because it's fearsome, so we just do a free damage. Free and equal for everybody. That's pretty cool, right? That's pretty cool. We start with 1 mana on our turn 1, and then each turn, both players' maximum mana goes up. So 2 on turn 2, 3 on turn 3. If you've played Hearthstone, that'll be pretty familiar to you at its core. Yes, health, Nexus health from the current game does carry over from battle to battle when you're in the lab. So conserving health is something that we have to do. Strongest enemy vulnerable. What does vulnerable do? Oh yeah, we can force it to block. Let's just play one of these 2/3s. They'll be good at blocking the spooters. They're both gonna attack me. So we can assign blockers. Do I wanna... Yeah, let's trade. I don't want to lose any Nexus health here. So when every unit has the damage in orange and the health in red, and as you might expect, when creatures engage in combat with one another, each does damage equal to their power to the opponent's health and vice versa. Let's see, we have 3 energy. Let's get some more stuff on the field.
Get bloody, get paid.
We should have waited until they summoned or something. It's all good. Ah, fearsome spooter. Let's attack with everybody here.
The dead don't need riches.
Opponent has very low Nexus health. So, trade. That's fine. Let's plunder. If you damage the Nexus this round... Ah, okay. So you have to damage and then play him for the bonus. That's fine. So what is this spell? Grant an enemy vulnerable and summon Longtooth. A shark. The 5/2 with Overwhelm Trample. This damage I deal to my blocker is dealt to the enemy Nexus. Love those teeth. So 1 damage 3 times among different enemy units and the Nexus. Actually, just pass. Let's see, this may or may not... Can't cancel that, can I? Sign block anyway, see if it kills. Drain 1 from a unit to summon a Spooderling. Very well. Is that a Frenzied Skitterer? He's getting -1 to their damage this round. Okay. So we'd like to try to finish them off, if possible. I think summoning Longtooth will help with that. We have 6 total energy. You're vulnerable so that we can pull you forward. Shork. Get Shork. A prowling cutthroat on the ground too.
Lucky you. I'm the last thing you'll see.
2 Arachnoid Horror. Hey, Chicken Man Phil, Ladder is indeed still alive. Totally alive.
You point, I shoot.
Why? Lure him into a block. There's
Hard to get rich.
attack with everyone. See what the opponent does.
Son of a...
So we've lost our board position, but I think that's okay. When allies attack, deal 1 to all battling enemies and the enemy nexus. Very good. Let's fire that off before they attack. Two spiderlings, fair enough. 2 more.
No prey, no pay. Easy, tiger.
Now we should be able to attack before... On our turn, when we have the attack token, we should be able to attack before they can summon enemy units. Sneak in for the last 2 damage to the Nexus there. Yeah, just go.
Fresh out of mercy. Mwah.
Blam. Experiment success. Science points get, or whatever. So we get progress towards some kind of goals there, as well as some player experience points. I don't have a lot of familiarity with what rewards these are working me towards, but I'm sure we'll get some as we go. The Boomer, thank you so much for the 34 months. Almost to those 3 heckin' years of support. That's ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. Alright, so now we get to add a support champion to the deck. So we get to choose a set of 3 cards. Starspring. Heal damaged allies 1. Once I've seen you heal 22 damage from allies, win the game. Oh, I love these little kind of like alternate win conditions in the in these kinds of games. That's fun. Soraka. Heals themselves and an ally. Levels up when they heal. Astral Projection. Heal an ally 4 and grant it +0/+4. Interesting. Extra mana gem. Warding Stones. Wolf Riders are a 4/3 with Overwhelm. And the hero Tryndamere. If I would die, I level up instead. But 8 cost. Or Crimson Disciple. If I survive damage, deal 1 to the enemy nexus. When I'm summoned, deal 1 to all other allies. 5/5 for 4. Vladimir. For each attacking ally on my right, deal 1 to it and 1 to the enemy nexus. Level up when you've had 5 allies survive damage. Interesting. That sounds fun. Let's try the vampire guys. Do those. So next up, Mist Wraiths, and then our first boss. Cool. Very, very cool. Dead Rise. When an ally Mist Wraith dies, create a copy in the deck. So basically unlimited undead, as you'd expect. We cut through the horde with our deck quickly enough. Summon a random one-cost follower. I definitely don't need this many high-cost stuff. Let's replace this 4 and this 5. That's better. We get a 2-cost. Perfect. Alright. What do we get? Got a Flower Child. When I am supported, be +2/+0.
You're so hungry!
They had nothing that was cost 1. Let's see, misread these are 2/2 Fearsome. Only be blocked by 3 or more power. Means I can't block that, period.
Let me show you what I can do.
So, cannot block. Means we have to take 2, unfortunately. That'll lower our Nexus health for the boss fight. It's okay. So now you're 3/3. Yeah, let's add Vulnerable to the Wraith here. I could go for Make It Rain and try to kill it. Not sure if that would actually work.
Get bloody, get paid.
Let's add Vulnerable to that, and then we can force our Disciple to fight with it. Ooh, or not, because now it's a 3. Well, I'm gonna attack. I don't know if this is gonna end well for me.
You point, I shoot.
See how this goes.
Is that all?
A bonk?
Be free!
Yeah, at least that clears their presence off the board. Time to summon a big man, since we have, this does damage to other allies when I summon it, and I have so few on the board right now.
Waste my time.
Good.
What's up?
You instead.
Make it worth my while. Son of a...
Gearhead. When you play equated card, get me +1/+0, and strikes before its blocker. Wow. Pretty good for a 1-cost. And Misfortune's here to help make our
It
offense
found you.
get all the way there. Hey! Free from enemy units. That'll restore Nexus health too, so they're gonna get to live for another turn.
I'll be damned.
Dang it.
Yeah, whatever.
But I might be able to get them with Make It Rain. A Doom Beast! Fire! Can cast them both? Yeah, that'll work, right? Pew pew. GG. Science happening. Select an item to add to one of your champions and get an extra copy of that champion. Chain Vest adds Tough, taking 1 less damage from all sources. Locket of the Iron Solari negates the first instance of damage that they would take. Or the Avarice Blade. Nab, draw a non-champion card from the bottom of the enemy deck whenever you attack with this unit. Interesting. Very interesting. I think we want to duplicate Misfortune. Do we want to add a barrier to her? Let's try the Avarice Blade, actually. That sounds fun. Stealing cards from our enemies. And Reinforcements. Select a card and add 2 copies to your deck. 7 cost and Nautilus. Up when you're deep. So your deck has 15 or fewer cards remaining. Yeah, a lot of cards in the deck. 13-13, wow. 0-12 normally? This is like a late game enemy. Or units. LeBlanc, quick attack. Oops. Okay, go. 5-2 with quick, that's good. Levels up when we've done enough damage, or Ice Shard, deal 1 to everything. Let's take the quick attacks. I feel going aggressive is going to serve us well here. And the boss is Thresh. And Vaults of Helia. When Thresh levels up, create 3 Shadow Isles champions in your deck. Let's see how this goes. Imagine this will be a lot more difficult than the first 2 little encounters. They still only have 10 health, though. I was expecting more. Got some good 1 costs here. They're not going nowhere, he say. See about that.
Eyes up here, or I'll cut him out.
Lady Elise, where are you?
Ah, the hapless aristocrat. This guy summons a spooter when he dies.
You won't feel it at first.
Casual little 1-1 there. Oh, what is happening here? So he starts with this in play. If you can, kill your most expensive ally to summon an ally from the deck, costing 1 more. Oh, terrifying. So we now have attacks headed our way already as 2 cost Soul Shepherd and this Spooterling. Yikes. Okay, I'm not gonna block. I want this lady to keep chipping away. So we'll trade health here. I think. Well, this guy does something when he dies. He'll be a good blocker. I could get the Jagged Butcher in play. Or I could try to give him the Plunder bonus. Let's just put him down on the board right now. I'm gonna summon LeBlanc next turn.
There you are.
Kill an ally to summon 2 sapling.
History forgets, but the Black Rose remembers.
Round we go.
So mute. Quick attack. Strike before the blocker. Yep. So do I just attack with everybody? I think so.
Smoke and mirrors.
Good luck, opponent.
But they're saplings.
We're almost to her leveling up already, too. Good. She's going pretty well. vulnerable. There's no... Take a hired gun, I guess?
Get bloody, get paid.
Any reason to... LeBlanc is only quick attack. If I block with her, she won't have the priority. Do it this way.
Leave me alone!
Since that guy will make a new thing anyway.
I am everywhere. I am everyone.
So she levels up. Now she says, each time I see you deal 15 plus damage, create a mirror image in hand. Which is... Summon an exact copy of an ally with 5 or more power. Dang. Good stuff. Alright, and you're vulnerable, so I can actually just... I don't have the attack token. Right. What about that first? Rain 2, huh? Rude. Fresh. Oh. Give me that shork. Deal 3 to each enemy that was summoned this round, and create a Thresh in your deck. Okay, so that'll kill Longtooth. Not a whole lot I can do about that. It's unfortunate. Right.
My move. Open wide, sugar.
Let's try this. This boss is having a hard time dying. Very unacceptable.
There's nowhere to hide. Despair, desperation.
Tortured Prodigy. When an ally dies, refill your spell mana. That's a kind of cool effect. You vulnerable.
I sharpens my spear.
You've yoinked my prowling cutthroat. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, surely this will work, right? This enemy is vulnerable, so we can attack with the Toad and force that to block, and then LeBlanc's 7 damage will get to the Nexus before any other cards can be played. Dear.
Another rose for the god.
Excellent. Most excellent. So that should restore our health. We get a new passive power. Allies have attack, raise my power to match my health. Oh my god, that's so powerful. Have any units that would like really be very helpful on? No, but this is super powerful with certain creatures. Not the ones in our deck. Striking the weakest enemy on 5 power units. We've got a few of those. Vladimir. Yeah, let's take Trifarian Might. I think that'll be really good. As we get later into the runs. Later into the fights, rather. Add 2 copies of a spell. A Scrap Shot, 7 cost. Toss 3? Remove 3 cards from the bottom of the deck and deal 7 to a unit. Very expensive, but very powerful. Whispered Words. Action. Allies have struck for 5 damage at least 4 times? Interesting. Strong Arm. 6 cost slow. Let's take a couple... Actually, we can reroll these. These are all kind of slow and expensive. Let's see what else we can get. Bayou Brunch. An ally captures another ally and gains the captured ally's stats. Interesting. Whispered Words for more draws an option. Or Bloody Business. An ally with 5 or more power strikes an enemy. Let's try Bayou Brunch. I want to see how this works. Like, merge your units together? I don't know if that's actually good. Next up, Hunters. The weakest enemy vulnerable each round. So, our units are going to get pulled into to blocking when they don't want to. And that is okay. Okay, we'll roll Vladimir, but Misfortune and LeBlanc are really good opening hand cards. We got a 2 cost, perfect.
Bounty board knows me.
So now the enemies have 20 health, or at least this one does. That's going to be a bit of a longer fight. Omenhawk. Caw.
Let's get to it. A chill in the air.
Whoa! Frostbite an enemy, reducing its cost or attack to 0. That's spooky. So you can now pull that into to block, and it'll just die. Anything I can do about that? No.
Get bloody, get paid.
I'll block the hawk though. Rude. Let's get LeBlanc down.
I hate having to put my...
Quick attack. Where did the enemy unit go? Interesting.
What a treat.
I'm okay with this trade, that's fine.
Son of a...
Oh, my new passive! I struck it because I summoned a 5 power unit. Of course! Oh, that's so good! Yes, that is very good. It's crazy powerful.
No prey, no pay.
Uh-oh. No! Oh, that's so rude, man! These Frostbite plus Vulnerable is getting me good. Got nothing I can do about that.
Be seeing.
No! You jerk! we get double misfortune. Misfortunes make it rain. So 1 damage 3 time. Get a misfortune in our deck. Interesting. Maybe not allowed to have 2 of her. Sense.
Disarm with charm. Best way to the heart is between the ribs.
Extra gem. Ally captures another ally, so you capture this. See what that does. Does that create a 7/4? Brunch. 7/4. Still has attack nab 1 as well.
Fresh out of mercy.
Gotta take heart too. Good.
Love ya.
We can get this guy down with a bonus
Yes,
for plunder.
don't be without me.
So we hit their nexus. It's a big thing. Okay. Make it vulnerable.
You're cute when you're armed.
Firepower's always in style.
Okay, we're gonna pull the Prowling Cutthroat down. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Got me.
I'm okay with that. Put that mana into the spell mana. It's a good panhandler. Let's see, so we can force that to be blocked by the Jagged Butcher, who will kill it.
The dead don't need riches.
Set sail. Wait
Something like
while I
that.
shoot.
Attack! Oh, very clever. Guy's not damaged. I could use Make It Rain, but I don't think that'll actually matter.
Mwah.
No! Fresh tracks.
Oh, no, you don't. Goes before. Yeah. In retaliation, die.
Never stop shooting.
Cool, that went really well. Hunters have really big units, though. Oh boy.
Oh, great.
All right.
What's up?
Okay, and then before they get to take a turn, if we attack, should just kill them, right?
Yeah, whatever.
Love ya.
GG.
I'll be damned.
we get an extra 1000 XP for meeting the goal. There's like all these little mini goals that you can work towards. Quests, they're called. Select a card with an item and add 2 copies to our deck. Crusty Codgers. Tough Ones is pretty good here. When you play them, they take 2 damage. So there's supposed to be a 2/2 for 1, but if they're tough, they'll only take 1. So there'll be a 2/3 for 1 with tough, which is really good. Death Lotus. Deal 1 to all battling units. And it summons a 1-cost Poro. That could be good. Or Wording Stones with Twin Shadows. Summon 2 of them. I kind of like the Crusty Codgers. Just some cheap, bulky, tanky stuff. But I think the Death Lotuses could be good too. Don't actually know what I'm running into. Let's take the Codgers. And then we select a card of the deck, add an item, and an additional copy. When I'm summoned, create a fleeting copy of me in your hand. 2 copies of LeBlanc, and she'd be great to make 2 copies of. And add a giant spell to the Codgers, making them 2 6s? Or upgrade the Make It Rains. When cast, shuffle 2 copies of me into your deck that cost 1. For the Make It Rains. It's interesting. Actually, these Codgers are kind of cool with Vladimir too. Let's upgrade the Codgers. Make them just like beefy little crabmans. Start with Scar Grounds. See how this goes for me. Perfect. The Scar Grounds. When an ally survives damage, grant it +1/+0 and tough. Oof. So we really want to just kill stuff. I see why this is a difficult matchup for Misfortune, who deals 1 to all battling enemies. I understand. How tanky this crab is. Now let's go cut through it first.
Lucky you, I'm the last thing you'll see. You won't feel like it at first.
Thank you, man.
Listen to the sounds of the wilds.
10 max mana.
Give in to instinct.
I see. They've got combat tricks. How annoying. And now it's tough? Oof.
Get bloody, get paid.
Nothing to die.
Brothers born from battle.
Open wide, sugar.
Try this. Bank another point of spell energy. Got some beefy units, too. Let's see where we're going to start to have problems. Summon Vladimir next turn. Summon this guy.
I'll try anyone once.
Moonfax loves blood.
I don't really want to just take the damage. I'm only at 19. But I had 30 Nexus health. Why did I lose this? I missed something? Like I missed something. You absolutely get your health back when you beat bosses. We didn't take damage in the last fight, right? Oh, Big Monster's last fight had Overwhelm. Oh, I might have missed that. And taken damage that I didn't mean to. I see. This looks tough.
This will be a fine story.
Bigfoot vulnerable on the 6 damage one. So this guy doesn't... Oh, he does! Yes, he totally does. Good. Does activate that passive for a 5 power unit. Good. And next turn, Vlad will do the same. Excellent.
You must be Lord.
Oh, that passive is so strong. Just dunk in a unit when I summon a thing. No, deal 2 to all units! Well, that'll level up Vlad, I guess.
My glory.
Rip.
Don't stand in my way.
We could sack these units to Vlad. I think I'll do that next turn. Try to get some health back. Looks like we're in good position here, though, now.
How marvelous.
Easy.
Flee now or burn.
Call the weak in fire.
6.
Oh, you're in for it.
Another fine scar. Who's on top of the bounty board today?
Let me show you what I can do.
Blood isn't a toy, dear. People are.
Oh yeah, Vlad has regeneration. I should note that. Let's see. On my right.
Point, I shoot.
Bottoms up. A scar mother does not yield.
Just another win.
Definitely had that get carried by our passive activating and killing off their units when we summoned our 5 power units ourselves. Sweet. Alt progress being made. Does that show up in the rewards then? We've got a champion bundle to open. I didn't want to do that yet. Keep our lab run going then. Select a spell with an item to add 2 copies to your deck. Recast, draw a card from the enemy deck, and heal for 3. Weapon hilt. An ally +2/+0 this round, reforge. Oh, interesting. With 0 cost, or draw 1, give all allies challenger. Take the healing. Like healing, please. Nab 1 on these higher guns is pretty good. For more card draw. Navigator 2 cost over 2 power overwhelm won't be very good. I don't really want another churn the waters. Let's take these. Would have been a good opportunity for our reroll too. Yeah, Gaval, I think we have to unlock the higher difficulties by winning with this, but there are indeed more difficulty settings for the lab. So it does get more challenging from here. As I understand it. Perfect. This looks good. Only the strong survive. Also, I note that we get to go first on every single, Jimadoodle. Also, I love that just summoning the Krusty Codger counts towards leveling up Vlad. It's good stuff, man. Sweet LeBlanc is excellent, too.
I deal in coins incarnate.
Didn't do anything? Well, that's not going to end well for you.
Places to go.
Frostbite and vulnerable. Sure.
Fire knows it's so.
Round start, deal 1 to everything? Oh god. Horrifying.
Breathe it
Yes, including both Nexuses and the unit itself.
United, nothing can stop us.
That's cool. Avarosan Outriders. Or 4 with Overwhelm. Let's see, they have the attack this turn. Nab yet. Just skipped the turn. I'm okay with that. This guy. Of Nab. Some stuff on the board.
Looking for trouble? It found you.
Frostbites aren't too bad.
A sign of brighter things to come.
Start with...
Time to make some coin.
So I'll attack with Misfortune. This might get her killed, but if the Ember Maiden tries to block, it'll end up dead. Dead. Let's see what happens here.
Embers and smoke.
Intruders, stay back.
Is to the north, give an ally +3/+4 this round. Let's keep Misfortune alive, shall we? Thanks for the card, hee hee.
Love ya. Burn them all. Son of a...
Good.
Ye started without me.
Got plundered just from Misfortune's ability hitting the Nexus for one.
Carved from the savage cold.
Your card and heal me, more relevantly.
Ride onward.
Alright, sure, whatever. You can kill that guy. I didn't even like him anyway. Oh yeah, I could be using, because I draw a card with Nab, right? That gives all of our units bonus damage. I could be abusing that a little bit more. And these are 5 power, unfortunately. Stop freezing me! Go, Jack! What? Oh! Deal 4 to an enemy if it has 0 power. Otherwise, frostbite it.
Disarm with charm.
So I'll just summon these cutthroats.
Between the ribs. If looks could kill, they can, and they have.
They can.
Open wide, sugar.
They're elusive, so they can't be blocked.
Mwah.
Hail, War Mother. Drive them before us, Era.
This Raider.
Men are oafish, unsuited to war.
The Ursine are neither men nor beasts.
Okay. Big swings coming my way. Those will trade. Block with a Prowling Cutthroat. No, we just sneak in for lethal with the Prowling Cutthroat next turn. Block with you.
Their flesh.
They can't prevent me from just killing them with the sneaky units. I could also try to snipe their... Oh! Yeah, you would overwhelm. Okay, so another instance of me forgetting or missing that overwhelm was going to dunk me there. Understood.
You won't feel it at first.
Love ya.
GG. That wasn't too bad.
Why, I'm the captain.
Not too bad at all. So we get another passive power for defeating our second boss. We are back to 30 out of 30 Nexus Health. When you summon an ally, give it Challenger. Very useful. Another copy of Higher Education. Another +1/+0 to all allies whenever we draw a card. Let's take a second one and see if we can get some more card draw effects into the deck. For example, Nab 1 on LeBlanc. Frozen Mallet, +4, but costs 2 more. Interesting. I've still got 2 rerolls. This might be a good use of it. Let's do it. Again. Regeneration on the guy who already has it. Or Dorian's Blade, just +1/+1 on Misfortune. Sure. It's fine. Can I add the Dorian... Wait, can I add... Oh, do I get to choose both a champion and a... item? So I can have another LeBlanc? If I understand correctly? Yes, yes I can. Oh, very cool. Very, very cool. And that does bring us to the hour mark for the sponsored content. Thank you so much for not, I am gonna play out the rest of this, this lab, but just a quick thank you to everybody who watched the content and supported the stream through it. Means a lot, and it goes a lot towards, making this stream something that I can do full-time as my living here on Twitch. So good. So good. GG, alright. Foundry, Guardbots, and Victor are the final 3. Let's dive on into them. Start with Hex Core Foundry. Cards costing 1 less. That's scary. Okay, scary. Is the stream info on right now? Okay. I don't think I want these Make 'em Rains. Let's replace both of these. Okay, this is definitely a slower paced opening hand. All players draw 1 at round start. I understand. It's a lot of card draw, man. Clump of Wumps. Oops. Down the hired gun first. And Puff Cups on random cards in the deck that'll do 1 damage to us when we draw them.
Make it worth my while.
I'm feeling like this match is going to get really out of control with all the card draw everybody is doing. But the additional draw is going to be huge bonuses to my damage output, right? If I'm drawing 2 cards, remember I get +2 on all of my units per card I draw, so that's going to be a lot of everything, really.
Oh, I can't wait. You won't believe what Pilty's throw away.
Subworks map.
This way.
My elusive can no longer be blocked. No! Oh, they've got free spells. That's so rude, dude. Do I attack with both? Let's go with yes. See you later, Tom. Good nighty night.
Look what you... Oh, this hurts.
Gee.
I have arrived.
transform me into a copy of that. Terrifying. They're allies. Yikes. The strongest or weakest unit? You don't remember.
Time to make an appearance.
It's weakest, okay.
You're clear. Enforcers just left.
Perfect.
Ah!
Sweet button.
Out before they know they're bleeding.
Okay, they don't attack. That's... I'm grateful for the lack of an attack there. Thank you. And now we are supercharged. Summon Vlad. He'll hit the weakest enemy. Wish I had a misfortune available right now. What if I make LeBlanc elusive using the Prowling Cutthroat? She'll be a 15 damage unit? Am I understanding that correctly? No! Oh, that's so rude. They snipe my unit before that goes off. Well, butts.
Be seeing you.
So much for that. Oh boy, we're in trouble here. They have too many spells, man. Yikes. We might be in serious trouble now. If only I had misfortune. Crap.
Nothing like the stink of blood and sweat.
I want to get out of this fight. Somehow. Yeah, that feels right. Ah! I mean, I knew that he had that, right? But it's not like I have any opportunity to counter that. You know, once I'm there, right? Okay, so we're in the blocking phase. Let's try to trade with some of the tough. You're elusive, so I can't block you anyway. We'll barely survive this. Actually, let's trade these.
What's that you got there?
Take only a little bit of damage. Well, more than a little bit, but a manageable amount. Of course, they're gonna continually have answers. Ah. Ow. This will hit their weakest. So this will actually kill the elusive one, right?
I've dressed for the occasion.
No, it'll hit that.
You're clear. Enforcers just left.
Oh, weakest in terms of... I understand. Yep. That's... To an ally and give another ally +2/+2 this round. Good.
Sure, waste my time.
Miners make it. My glory. I got ways to find me mushrooms.
And down. I can create a long tooth as well. Let's do... Or do I want the transfusion available? Unclear what I want to do with my hand here. Let's make a one more follower. See what they do.
Pay dirt.
Sinister Poro. Alright. 5. He's got regen anyway, right? Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Bottoms up. Don't mind me. Excuse you. Oh, that's a harvest right there.
Into that, buff this one. Okay. Ding ding.
There you are. I've got to show you this.
Lamb, I'm working.
Okay, the good news is they're starting to run out of cards in hand. So I'm hopeful that we might be out of this fight sooner or later. Brutality.
We don't need topsiders.
How do they... It's transforming. Play, discard 1, deal 3 to anything? Okay, we can, kill the one that's transforming before it transforms. That's good. And block.
My sweet little plaything.
What's up?
That. Can't play any of these other cards. Oh yeah, there's a preview button, which does help a little bit, I think. Okay, I think we've finally figured out how to come out on top here. Yeah, can someone with 5 power? No.
The ocean charts our course.
It hurts. Why does it hurt?
We are very important.
It's fine. Gonna summon a bunch of units and try to drain a lot of health with Vlad here. See how that goes.
Remember your lessons?
Teach me again, just to be sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's blood in the water.
Can't get through this way.
I didn't do nothing!
Wait, why is Vlad not on the left here? Huh? I thought he was here.
Is that all?
Oh well.
So soon.
Ocean.
I clicked him first and then yeah, whatever. I think the interface works a little bit differently than I was expecting there. But I could have sworn I clicked on lead first. Oh, whatever.
Fortune favors the bold.
Not putting those in my deck.
First one's free.
Every wave is a power.
No refunds.
No poison puff caps. Wow. Let's try that again. Okay, that's better. Attack! There we go. That was a bit of a nightmarish fight. But we are, for now, alive. Card in your deck, add an item and an additional copy. Oh, +2/+2 on the Prowling Cutthroats. That's gotta be good. Yes. Hopefully we can get some health back. Round start, summon a turret. Of course, maybe we just die. Who knows? Throw a wind-up shredder. Interesting.
A foray into the field? How exciting!
Oh yeah, I'm getting a lot of... Yep. Oh god. I understand why this is terrifying. Better for that. Well. Thing I was able to do there. Just suffer. Tough. Vulnerable. Huh? The hell just happened? Dude. Hella removal. Oh, I was supposed to...
Now I've lost my
Alright,
place.
whatever. That works. Good. It's fine. Okay, well that was not ideal.
How can I help?
E-Navigator down. Make It Rain's pretty good against these enemies, too.
Nagakaburu's guide us.
Okay, they passed with the attack token. I'll take it. Storm Lover.
Hello, my darling.
Deleted. Three to an enemy or the enemy nexus, or two to another and one to another. Oh, 3 and 2 and 1. This costs 7? Okay. I understand. Root. Him to level up.
Always forward.
Back with those two.
Safety first.
Oshamara.
And they said I was dangerous.
Oh boy. +4 +0 in quick attack once you've cast a 6-cost spell this game. Yikes. Look, I need something to block him with. You also have quick attack. Got a fast spell too. Let's get the jailbreak down first.
Scientific misconduct. Ha!
Figured as such.
This one's
Only Make It Rain will prevent the crab from dying. Good.
Who's on top of the bounty?
And making that vulnerable is going to be great too. Letting us pull it onto the battlefield to kill it. It's elusive. Summon both of these. Perfect. We'll also kill one because it's a 5 power unit.
Fortune favors the bold.
I'm absolutely positive.
Shark. Range where the shark goes. Hello.
Where can I find a
This order will work.
Set sail.
bottoms up?
Oh, they all get boosts from plunder? Oh yeah, look at that. That's a lot of damage. Get dunked on.
Kneel before me.
Love ya.
Okay. Now, we might only have 7 Nexus health for the final fight, but that was promising. It's promising. Alright, final fight. But first, having health potion on the pilfered goods could be nice. Or we can try to reroll. Let's reroll. So, an Awakeners. That's pretty powerful. Buff Misfortune, but make her 5 cost. 1 cost versions of Pilfered Goods are going to be great. I don't know if we'll actually get to those. Would have preferred something a little quicker. Allies of +1/+1 for each keyword they have. I'm sure this guy is going to be terrifying. But let's see. Good luck to us. And all that. Okay, yes, for this. Replace you, replace you. Health potion on it, right? No. Really happy to see LeBlanc. She'll be able to kill something pretty quickly. Flesh is a weakness we must shed.
Hey there. Don't mind the knife.
What do I do? What don't I do?
Armed Gearhead.
Open wide, sugar.
Have quick attack. Keyword.
Who's on top of the bounty board today?
Okay, really happy that they just chose to pass there. If I summon LeBlanc, she'll kill that thing, and I can attack pretty much freely here. For huge damage. We'll only get 1 chance to play a card. It better be a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one.
It's time. Don't stand in my way.
Dang, that damage. Spell from it. I might actually be able to kill it next turn. Feeling good about this. Give him a random keyword. Terrifying. You have now. Augment. Seems like a lot of fancy setup. I'm not too worried here. Now tough.
Analyzing approach. Bounty board knows me
Power. When we summon Vladimir, he'll hit the weakest opponent, which is actually that hero, so that should just die.
Behold me!
The android! How about
Who would dance?
everybody get in there?
Bottoms up! Your history!
You know, after the past couple battles being really, really challenging, I'm pleasantly surprised by this one. GG.
Son of a...
Sweet. Yeah, looking at that fight, he seems very much like a setup kind of deck, Yab Yabs. So our fast, aggressive-oriented playstyle matched up really well there, whereas if our own plan had been to sit back, I imagine that would have been disastrous. Gee. Experiment success! With misfortune on normal difficulty. GG. Gee. Sweet. Well, I actually quite enjoyed that. I liked the single-player challenge of it. I liked the kind of overpowered units you get to make with the items and stacking effects on cards. And I liked the passives that you get to choose from. That was fun. That was definitely fun. That right there is going to bring us around towards the end of the stream, although before I do that, let's crack open this champion bundle that we got and see what kind of permanent cards I get to add to the collection. Figured I might as well wait to open a pack until we were live. So let's see what we get. Cursed Keepers. Can't block. Summon escaped abominations when killed. 4/3. Cool. So the whole gimmick is to get them killed, which is harder when they can't block. Avalanche do 2 to all, also seems pretty good. A rare wild card. Get the Undying. Revive me at the next round start and grant me +1/+1 for each time I've died. This keeps coming back. And Callista levels up when allies die. Very cool. Val says, for anyone interested, it's really easy to get cards in Legends of Runeterra, not like in Hearthstone, and in a week, you can make a top-tier deck of just playing. That's cool. The wildcard mechanic, which seemed to be fairly generously given out, helps a lot with that, where you can just, you know, you're allowed to choose any card in the game of that rarity and have it. It's cool. That's cool. The rewards we have waiting for us. Poro bundle. Poro snacks. All Poros get +1/+1. Art of the Fluffed. Combine all of our Poros into Fluffed of Poros, which gains their stats and keywords. It's just a really big fluffy bundle. It's adorable. And Brom. First time I survive damage, summon a mighty Poro. Got regeneration and challenger. So you can just force enemies to block him. Take damage. That's kind of cool. I get all of these? Wild card and some shards. Use this to get any card of the same rarity and save up your shards to get any card you want. We got a golden chest instead of a silver one for some reason. Nice stuff. Frostbite 2 enemies. Nasty. And another expedition token, which lets us go on the draft mode. So we got here Legion Generals. Bonus for each unit you've stunned or recalled. It's ways to stun and ways to recall. It's a good bundle. And another epic wildcard. Swow. When you stun or recall an enemy, I deal 2 to it. Ooh, man. Levels up by doing that, too. I strike it, doing the full 5 instead of 2. Swow's Steel Tempest. Stun an attacking enemy, create a Yasuo in your deck. Yep, spell. Nice. Choose where you want to get stuff from, looks like. Reason it seems like we still have more rewards. I'm just going to keep opening stuff until we're out of stuff to open. Because why not? Frenzied Skitterer. Spooter cards. What's in the box? Pesky Spectre. Create 2 copies of me in the enemy deck. And that's just going to keep going on back and forth. Love it. Bunch of wild cards. Very good. Epic. Wild card. Even better than an epic card, although I kind of wanted to look at the epic card I was getting. If I know it can be any card, it's not actually as interesting, somehow. Turn. Nightfall. End of round. If this is not the first card you play in a round. Give enemies -1, -0. Okay, so we get to go all the way up to this wild capsule. Wow. Open stuff. Sea Monster, Terror of the Tides. It's a bonus once we have a few cards in deck. All enemies lose damage when it attacks, and sea monster allies are fearsome. Cool. Oh, we're actually not at the champion capsule yet. Stand. We are done. Okay. Understood. And 1 loot. 1 prismatic chest. Sparkly. Choose a prismatic style. These, like, cards with visual effects? Yes. 8 + 4, wow. Cost? 2 random 1-cost followers, or good old Flash Freeze. Give me the Flash Freeze. Shiny. And something called Essence, which is different than gems? Yes. A higher level currency, perhaps. And more things that I can claim. Quinn! When I'm summoned, summon Valor. Bird. Valor has Challenging and Scout. The first time only Scout units attack each round, ready your attack, so you get your attack token back. Cool. That's amazing of all. The kind of like slot machine reward style this game throws out at you is pretty fun. Randomly getting your rewards upgraded and being able to open stuff. It's a good time. Right, I think I've claimed all the rewards that I have. So currently we have 231 total cards. Or that's how many there are. 3% completion. Oh yeah, there's lots. Many cards. Many cards in this game. It's like hella cards, why not? Exactly. Why not? And mastery is what exactly? Unsure. Cool stuff. Well, I gotta say, it's been a pleasure visiting Legends of Runeterra again for some sponsored content. I really liked the lab of Legends. It sounds like there's only one set of enemies to fight through in the Lab of Legends, so you always fight the same 9 fights in a row, which is a little unfortunate if so. But the different heroes and different decks, I'm sure, give it enough replayability that there's quite a bit of fun to be had going through that over and over again. And I think they're still experimenting, too. They, Bounty mentioned something about a co-op lab. Anyway, that is going to be it for me today, everybody. A great day of Spire and Runeterra. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing some more Subnautica Below Zero, diving back into that aquatic adventure for some cozy times. And probably some other variety as well. The United Front PvP. You play co-op against other players. Ah, gotcha. So 2v2. Sounds busy. See you later, First Stain. Thanks for hanging out. Yab Yabs. Ivy Blade. Jesus. Gaval. Peace, man. I mean, which you find more fun between, say, Spire and Monster Train will definitely depend on you. Personally, I'm always, a big fan of the Slay the Spire. Kind of goes without saying. But there's so many different games that that fit that well. Try them both and see what you like. See you later, Munga, Sanguine Penguin, Jubzor, everybody else. Thanks so much for watching. Hot top for now, and I'll see y'all next time. Toodaloo, everyone.